Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL, youtube.com/VESLGG. You already know it's the place to be. Alongside the man Septulence, I'm Stu the announcer, welcoming you back here. It's another Friday, and Septulence, you already know what that means. It's time to start their engines and rev up some Rocket League.
Stu, time to remember some Rocket League into what is going to be, I think, a very long day for a couple of us in particular. Now, the teams, they're all going to play about one series today, but I believe we are going through a minimum of 7 series today on broadcast. So there's a lot of opportunity to see a lot of great teams and a lot of new teams joining VESL this season as well. We're starting the day off with Hickory Career Arts Magnet High School. We will not call them that the entire time. We'll abbreviate that a little bit. Versus Monroe High School, one of the recognizable teams here at VESL, trying to make a name for themselves with that SpookX, Super Cookie, and Cray team roster coming back for another season.
Yeah, when you said it's going to be a long day for some of us, just say us. It's going to be a long day for us. It's okay, man. But yeah, actually, we'll say, though, time flies when you're having fun, and my definition of fun is watching some car soccer. So we're going to get the Hickory team in blue, Monroe in orange as it's tapped on. Well tapped, but again, blocked off. Doing a good job here for Ludi. And yeah, Ludi, I gotta say, the rotations, obviously we know the importance of teamwork, we know the importance of communication, but what's your what have you seen to be the most effective stratagem at this particular level of Rocket League play?
Yeah, so at the high school level of Rocket League, it's definitely fascinating because the most successful high school teams are going to be the ones that play like the collegiate teams.
Oh, he's got a free net! Oh, stopped off. And yeah, sometimes it's just better to take initiative on your own sometimes, but again, gotta account for that one random person just kind of playing goal. Defensive rotations are not nearly as common as, or at least the professional types that you see, just because it is so advanced the way that these guys move. I don't know. I find it interesting the way that you can play the game at this level. It really is a lot of variance. There's no real solved meta here, and you can't just do it on your own, as Spook was just so kind of demonstrating.
Yeah, nobody able to find that goal on their lonesome quite yet, but with 90 seconds down and out, we're looking for an opportunity on either side for these teams to goal. A quick in from Ryder could give Hickory the opportunity they've been looking for, but instead, the turnaround towards center field also gets it knocked away. No value to be found yet from these teams, but we're hoping to see if Monroe can finally put that goal down. They are the team we're more familiar with, the team we expect to take a lead, but unfortunately, even when the goal gets close is not going to be close enough. We're down to 2 minutes off the clock with no points on board.
Hickory not exactly doing poorly for themselves either.
Not at all.
Yeah, and keeping the ball out of their own goal at the very least, but still have yet to really get anything off of possession. Ryder, I think, was trying to keep the ball out of the net there, but is unable to keep it on as we get Cray from Monroe keeping the ball again in the blue half. And you're talking about Monroe. I mean, this is how the Germans play soccer, more or less. The best method of defense is through possessing the ball, and you're seeing that in spades from Monroe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the best way to play a defense in a game like Rocket League is to have a stronger offense. You want to have that higher score at the end of the day. And Rocket League, one of those games that does not end until someone has the higher score. You cannot draw, you cannot tie. You have to find a regulation win here, and unfortunately, neither of these teams able to do so, but that's why I like a best-of-5 series as well, Stu, because game one, while it may be a little bit slower, maybe not a lot of points on the board, we're going to be seeing one of these teams adapt and evolve enough to find themselves in a victory position later down in the series. So as this game one is a slow burn, we're hoping to see a bit more of that action-packed increased action come through later.
Oh.
Starting just like that, Cray able to find a goal here for Monroe, just shy of 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
And you knew it was going to be something like that, just a stray tap off of a Karen in the end. And it's unfortunate for just Messi there. Messi, noted striker, not exactly a defender, was not able to keep it out of the net. And that's the again, the risk that you run when you're having a stationary car. It does get a little bit like it's a momentum based object. It takes a little while to get it moving. So going straight up just to try to jump and stop the ball is not exactly something that you can get. Wow. That's why you get ahead of Steam. Ryder Best, off of getting demoed, will score from beyond the grave, and that's a little tap in, gets demoed, but you got the car, you did not get the ball. Guess which one counted more? We're tied at 1.
Tied up at 1 here, 95 seconds on the clock. We're playing almost a game I always call Rocket League Light, where it's basically 0-0 on the board, and the next goal could very likely be the one that makes or breaks the series, or the game, rather, for one of these teams to take that Game 1 lead early. We see Craig going in for a tap off the corner. Bluty there to intercept. No third man from Monroe to find a goal, and unfortunately keeps us at that 1-1 scoreline.
Good Karen off of the back end. However, it is intercepted. Well done by Spook to get that going. And it's carried on into the zone. And, oh, we saw a bit of individual brilliance there. It was stopped off by 2 of the Hickory players. As we have 1 minute left on the clock in regulation. We will go to an overtime period if the ball hits the ground when the clock hits 0. Looking for a shot to the upper 90, is going to sneak on in, and it's Cray again. Talk about a goal poacher. Going to shine up that spear and tap it in from the side, and that was an artisan's goal. That was handmade. That you had that whole thing going with the defense. Kind of chaotic in the back there for Hickory. Need a little bit more communication because they both seem to be going for the ball, and it wound up getting teed up for Cray to just sort of tap in. I mean, that's 3 foot away from the hole. You just got to make the putt.
Absolutely. Cray doing a great job there, and definitely playing as I remember them back in VESL earlier this series, or this year rather, definitely being that leading force for Monroe. A great aerial play from Cray is going to get knocked away, but with only 26 seconds left, it's about finding that defensive goal, that defensive blockade that could be really successful for Monroe. They don't need to score anymore. They just have to make sure Hickory does not.
Hang on, Bloody gonna be looking for a little bit of individual brilliance of their own to try to get themselves back into the game. 10 seconds left into the defensive half. However, could this be the chance for a Hickory? Ryder Best. With those Argentinian colors, the ball will fall, and that is all. Monroe will win by a score of 2-1. And yeah, the difference maker right there. You see the goals from Cray, 1 shy of the Hattie, but an absolute offensive smorgasbord from Cray on the ball all the time. But you saw, again, Super Cookie playing very good support out of the back and just trying to make things happen, not getting in the way of the offense and providing key plays to disrupt the Hickory's movement on defense. Spook as well, possessing the ball like no one's business.
Yeah, just a really strong ball possession from the side of Monroe, and Cray continuing to be that leading force as anticipated is not going to be a surprise. This is exactly what we saw Monroe do back in North Carolina at the VESL State Championships. We're going to be seeing it again here. 386 as the highest score for Cray in particular. Goes to show this player is not here to mess around. They want to put a win on the board. I heard rumor that last week was a lot of 3-0s on the board, and it looks like they're trying to keep that story tried and true, trying to keep that energy coming out strong here for Monroe, who won that first game, not quite in fruition, but a win is a win regardless, and that 1 point gives them the edge they need.
Yeah, and those 2 goals from Cray, the one young Thomas Vaughn, doing pretty well to get him on the board. I mean, shout out to Ryder Best, who, again, did well enough to get them on the board, and it was a real that was a real team goal that we saw. It was probably the best goal in terms of quality that we had seen on the day. Cray, right place, right time, and that's a skill in of itself. The one shot that Ryder Best took is going to be the one that we are... well, luckily they got Ryder Best. Is Bloody going to take their time getting in as we go into game number 2. Starting off in the Monroe half of things, but will be tapped on out and on over to Spook. And again, this is very good, as close to tiki-taka as you're going to get in Rocket League. Small little bumps, moving the ball slowly but surely up the field. But Bloody is going to be there on the counter punch, and just a good individual effort. Just Messi bumping it on, and Bloody going to finish it off the right angle, and no one really there on defense. So that's more or less a wide open goal mouth, and Bloody is going to fill it up with the ball.
Yeah, 30 seconds off the clock. One goal already in line here for Hickory Career and Arts. So they are going to be trying to find themselves in that victory position. The problem is one goal is not the safety net that a lot of teams are going to be requesting or looking for at a time like this. If the enemy team scores, you're tied right back up, and that lead has been ripped out from underneath you. So we're hoping to see if Hickory can put another point down on the board. I think they can feel significantly more confident with their performance if they can find that number 2. But that's what it's all about at the end of the day, is that luck of the draw play. And as the team begins to move away toward goal, it could be Monroe that ties us up here and now. Cray puts the point right back and up on the board. Cray's 3rd point of the series so far.
I mean, it's all 3 goals from Monroe coming at the behest of Cray. And again, just good positioning. Knowing where the ball is going to be is so key in pretty much any sport, right? It's like how you lead a pass in football or in soccer, really just anything. You want to put the ball where your guy is going to be, and Cray building up a little bit of speed, enough momentum to tap it on, and it was a very well done assist. You know, good team play overall. And again, that's what we're talking about. Like, you're not seeing Super Cookie and Spook on the board necessarily, but they are contributing. And oh my goodness, what we just saw there from Spook. I mean, you could have had a moment of individual brilliance. Take the spotlight away from Cray for a moment. He almost had it all for himself.
90 seconds off the clock. Now we're looking for an opportunity to see if Hickory can do anything with the ball control they have found, but Super Cookie now looking for an interception of their own. Tease it up toward goal. Could have been a disaster if the boost was there on the side of Hickory, but hindsight is 2020 after all. A great tap up and possibly in. Off to the left, going to be blocked away by Monroe. A beautiful defense keeps us tied up at that 1-1, but a secondary attempt from Hickory comes through and will be blocked away again. Not quite an open goal. Ryder, the last line of defense, will hit it through. Monroe doesn't find the tap in they need, and we're still 30 seconds later at that 1-1.
Ryder doing some work on the defensive end. That looks like their team needs him back there more than they might care to admit. It's just doing some work off of that goal line. Just Messi going to try to clear it out as well and put it towards the center of the pitch, as it will be intercepted by Cray yet again. Whatever you can do to try to disrupt the other team's momentum is so important, because you can play the body in this one, the body of the car in this instance. So, you know, there's no penalties for shoulder checking someone. You're not getting red carded. You're just if you're getting bodied that hard, you're getting demoed, and there's not a thing that you can do about it. As Cray going to try to keep it in their own end, going to try to tap it in, and indeed he does, finding the back of the net. Good eye, kid. It was well tapped on by I think that was by Cray himself. Bloody could not get anything on it. Just too much to anticipate. Too wide of a goal mouth to have to deal with. And Cray, 2 games, 2 goals each. And we are, again, with Monroe in the lead at 2-1.
Yeah, Monroe back in the lead with a 2-1, 2-0-1 about to be here on the clock. So over half the game has already come and gone. And as we saw in game number 1, winning by a single point is still winning. So we're going to see if Monroe can bring that energy to the table as requested and put themselves up on series point for our first of, let's be honest, many series of the day. Down to just 107 seconds left here on the clock. Demolition goes through. It could be a big opportunity for Monroe to turn things around, but unfortunately it's Spook who's kind of lost in the energy here. Nobody there to catch up on their play. Could not go for the hero play from center field. A great tap up and possibly in from Hickory, but the follow-up once again not there. Monroe hurtling toward an open goal. Just Messi barely respawns in time to play that defense and is able to do so. 90 seconds left.
And again, tapped on again. Monroe doing well. Spook looking for the goal and finds it. Well done. An individual effort by Spook. And we saw just those little taps on and knew exactly what angle to take. Just Messi and Ryder Best all at sea. And now it is 3-1. Monroe running away with this one. Series point in sight with 80 seconds left to play.
Ryder, just goes to get ball control and loses their life for it. The demolition takes them out of the play early on, makes it a very brief 3v2 in favor of Monroe, but they don't do much with it. Instead, ball control still on the hands of Hickory, but they lose the boost when it matters most, and Spook comes in with their first goal of the series, the 4th of this game, and Monroe now up 4-1. We're looking at 1 goal per 21-ish seconds from Hickory just to tie things up, so game 2 may be said and done after all.
Yeah, I mean, talk about resource management. It is an important thing. So unless Hickory can pull out 3 goals in this last remaining minute, this game seems to be a foregone conclusion, as Bloody will be tapping it on. And there we go. Super Cookie, get you some, kid. Hickory
Super
now.
Cookie.
Yeah,
Dang.
this is looking rough, and this is why you want to keep yourself moving. This is why, okay, so it wasn't just my screen glitching out, good to know, but this is why you got to keep yourself moving, right? Because if you're standing there stationary, you really don't have any sort of means to get a ball that is going up towards the upper half, of the goal, much less someplace like the upper 90 where, a higher level player would be aiming. Super Cookie had a whole entire half of the goal to themselves, and boy, did they take it.
33 seconds left on the clock here. We've kind of entered the realm of impossibility. I don't think we're going to be seeing a large value of success from Hickory here in game number 2. But as I mentioned earlier, back during game number 1, that's the beauty of a best of 5, is you're in a scenario in which losing this first game or the second game doesn't seal the coffin on you. It's not a best of 3. You've got at least one more game to take what you've learned and walk away with a position of maybe taking that third game, forcing us into game number 4. But Stu, looking at this team Hickory for now 2 games in a row, what has been learned? What identifying weak points from Monroe have we seen thus far?
I mean, not a whole lot. Well, what I can say for sure is maybe Mark Cray.
Yeah,
as
sure.
That is someone who just finds themselves in the right place at the right time and sneaks on in. Perhaps a little ambitious for going for that goal, but you're up 5-1. You have the luxury of being able to do that. You might as well go for it, and gets the Hattie to seal it off at the very end. And again, Spook, we saw just how dominant he was in that game. Just being able to possess the ball, being able to move it along, and gets 2 goals as a reward. Super Cookie as well. Great support, doing well on the back end of things. Not a whole lot to do in the back for Monroe, just because the ball was in the blue half so often.
Yeah, the ball finding itself in the blue half made it really difficult for Hickory to play anything but defense. It was one of those scenarios where Monroe, as a roster, was so oppressive, so aggressive, that Hickory found themselves really back against the wall. They couldn't break out like they wanted. I think the scores really go to show that. Cray and Spook over double anybody else. Cray with almost a score equal to all 3 members of Hickory combined. So it really does fall into that solo player performance that Cray continues to bring to the table. Stu, I think you nailed it on the head. I think if Hickory wants to turn this around, Cray is not allowed to play this game. They need to go for more demolitions than we have ever seen a team do so. If they take Cray out of the way, the tides can absolutely shift in favor of Hickory.
I would think so, just because it's not even the fact that I don't even think you need to take out Cray necessarily. If you want to slay the beast, you got to starve it. Cray keeps getting fed these balls off of the backboard by these little touches, whether it's by Super Cookie or Spook. It's been primarily Spook, just because Spook's been playing farther up the pitch. But Cray has been getting cut off, and Hickory has been left kind of out at sea on defense as a result, just because they could not handle someone being in that position at that time. And Cray, I think, has been made to look rather good because of it. I mean, never mind the individual plays that Cray has been able to make in terms of bumping the ball along. As Spook looking for a goal right there. And again, we're talking about someone who has been making plays happen. That's you got 2 problems to worry about if you're Hickory at the very least. If you're going to make Super Cookie make plays, then you're going to have to do it all on your own time. But Super Cookie with the stop, well done. And again, this is not something that you're going to get for free. It's not even just about isolation. It's the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an issue of fighting Monroe, right? At this point, it feels like you're fighting a Hydra. You take one player out of the way, you've got 2 more to fill those shoes in an instant, and that is definitely showing itself strongly here on the side of Monroe. Hickory not able to adapt fast enough, not able to take one player out of the way, because once they do, it feels like 3 more have entered the battlefield. already a minute gone. We're really getting to a bit of a slow burn play style here. We see Spook go for a Hail Mary long shot. No value found. The double defense from Monroe dislodges Hickory in a pretty big moment. If Monroe's fast enough, they could isolate a 2v1 approach toward goal. It's a tap towards center field, up and through, but the defense is strong enough, and Monroe still silent. Big old goose egg in the scorebox.
Yeah, this is a rough go of it for Hickory. At least getting the ball into the other end, right? Like, they're not just sitting on it, but as we say that, it is currently in Hickory's end as Super Cookie going to try to tap it along. And who else is there but Cray? I mean, you're talking about positioning. There's nothing wrong with goal poaching, but then again, had to hustle on for that one. Went into the negative space and found it perfectly. Spook with the demo. Why not? That's going to be 1-0 to Monroe with 3:22 left on the clock. Hickory needs an answer, and they need it now.
And Stu, something I want to point out here that I think is really fascinating is right now we are looking at a total of 10 goals in lobby. Cray has 6 of them.
Yes.
Across this entire series, Cray has 6. Second place is anybody else with 1. Cray is the only person to score more than 1 goal right now, and he has gone as far as scoring 6. I mean, it does not get clearer than that. You have to look at the player that continues to dominate the battlefield, and that is Cray. Hickory, they need to go for boost route. They need to go for demolition. They're stuck in playing the defense. Okay, then demolish the offense. Change the entire pace of the game, but right now, with the way we're seeing Hickory play, it feels dislodged. It feels uncertain. It feels like we're not going to get the time for them to understand that turnaround in the next 2.5 minutes.
You know, I should say that Spook actually has 2 goals, but again, the whole reason that we talk about Spook's contribution, it feels like the biggest contribution has been off the ball, has been feeding Cray these opportunities, as we saw right there, case in point. I mean, bumped along by Spook, set up, and teed up, and what else could Cray do but knock it down? And that does kind of, like we've been talking about the goal scorer, obviously, but again, you're able to set it up. Your value just skyrockets on a team, and yeah, that's kind of what Spook has been bringing to the table. And although Super Cookie does seem rather overlooked, we saw 2 very good defensive stops from the Cookie in this particular game, as Monroe is up 2-0. That goose egg, in large part due to Super Cookie, who's rewarded with a goal.
Yeah, this is going to be huge because we were talking a lot about how Spook has kind of been the second man to Cray, and Super Cookie, they're kind of filling in the role as necessary, but we already see a really strong performance out from Super Cookie. They say, hey, you know, if I have to, I will absolutely come in and do it myself, and by golly, they have put Monroe in a very winnable position. We're seeing 3-0 on the board, 2 minutes remaining, 1 goal per 45-ish seconds on the side of Hickory. It's going to be a difficult thing to do, but I've seen crazier things happen. Unfortunately, Hickory's closest attempt at goal will be boxed away, and now we're sub 2 minutes left. Hickory's still at that goose egg, a near rule 1, but it will be broken as the turn does come through, and Hickory desperate to find even a goal, let alone the 3 they need to tie us up.
And we were talking about being able to set your teammates up. Who got the assist on the Super Cookie goal? It was none other than Cray. As Super Cookie gets another one, gonna charge forward, you might as well, and Monroe spreading their wings and flying as a defensive misplay just was not ready for Super Cookie to come on in. That's a shame for Just Messi, as that's, again, there's a lot of things that you can take away from this game. There are a lot of things that you can learn, but how do you get your head away from the fact that you're kind of getting rolled and start taking lessons away from these games?
Well, that's going to be the acknowledgement of the fact that we're pretty early in of this kind of weekly Rocket League thing that we're going to be seeing, right? This is going to be one of those series where, unfortunately, Hickory is going to have to looking at this as a GG go next, right? They're going to have to look at this as what made it so easy for us to be taken out of the way, for us to be defeated, the way that Monroe was able to dismantle us. And I think we've hit a lot of those nails on the head, so hopefully watching this VOD can be beneficial for them as they're looking to see what's coming different, what isn't working for us. And I think a lot of it is Hickory's inability to kind of decide what they want to do next, because a lot of it feels uncertain, a lot of it feels unclear. They're kind of playing off the cuff, very reactive, where the most successful teams we see will always be the proactive teams, the ones with a strong ability to find value down the line, or the teams that can find strong success in the lineup. But all things considered, I think we're looking at Hickory a lot to learn from in these coming weeks.
I think you're right, as Cray is going to put another biscuit in the basket and bring us to 5-0, less than a minute remaining. And yeah, I think you're right about that. When you're talking about a team like Hickory, who had shown the ability to make individual plays at times, it just has not been able to show on the score sheet. This is a team that has a lot of promise, I think, as individual players.
Absolutely.
Maybe just doesn't quite gel. As Bloody, you're seeing right there, like the ability to put balls on net in tight spots is there, but the defense is pretty sound for Monroe. If you're going to be an offensive juggernaut, it needs to be predicated upon good defense, just like any other sport. So, Spook now trying to keep the ball in the other half. 18 seconds to go, and a lesson to be learned for Hickory. But
Oh,
goodness gracious, Monroe, Super Cookie with the hat trick. Super Cookie getting their flowers at the very end, off of the side of the whip. You gotta love what you're seeing from Monroe.
without a doubt, Monroe, they know exactly what they're trying to do here. They know exactly the goals and values that they are looking for, and they have found some great success up to this point. 6-0 on the board. We're seeing a total of 12-2 in series scores. I mean, this is a team that has really come out large and in charge. They've tried to find great value, and great value has certainly been found. Monroe has sent a message to a lot of other teams watching here today that this team is not messing around. They are looking for a win through and through.
And Monroe, yeah, that is you see it right there. The stats Super Cookie, I think quintupling their score from the last two games. So that's and then Craig not far behind. Two hat tricks on the game from Monroe. And even then, like the lowest score on Monroe's side is higher than than the highest one on Hickory's, which is a shame to say because it's not like, again, you're talking about players like Ryder Best, Just Messi, Bloody,
Right?
that had good individual promise, but again, not quite gelling, nothing to really write home about. Only 4 shots on net the entire game, and not really all
Mm-hmm.
that many to go along. A lot of work to do on the defensive half, and they did well to keep the balls out of the net that they did. But again, just need to be a little bit more effective on the communication side of things, and Monroe seemed to have that in spades.
Yeah, Monroe definitely feeling like a really confident team thus far. They come out and they establish a true dominance over one of the newer teams here on the side of Hickory Career Arts Magnet High School, who unfortunately don't make the impact that we're hoping to see. But as I continue to reference, we're very early here into the VESL lineup, in the work of Magic, of the things that we're going to be seeing. And I'm hoping to see a little bit more of them in an improved state down the line. But for now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break as we get our next series ready. Green Hope High School versus Leesville Road High School, another new team that we haven't had the chance to see yet. So we'll see you right back here with some more VESL Rocket League in just a couple of minutes.
All right, we are back for the Rocket League showcase here at VESL, and yeah, Septilence got two other teams coming up.
Yeah.
Central Cabarrus being among them. So yeah, tell us a little bit about this team that you've come to learn.
Yeah, so Central Cabarrus is a team, I believe. Now, there are several Cabarrus teams, and I'm pretty sure that this is the one that we saw at Vessel State Championships just a couple of months ago. They brought a pretty good performance in the Rocket League division, and I'll check my notes while we're in game and see if I can get a bit more information. But I remember a very talented team, Concord High School, on the other side. Their opponents are a team that I believe I have not had the chance to cross paths with quite yet. So we are jumping, just like series number 1, into a second series where it's a team I know and a team I don't have the chance to quite yet. Oh, and importantly enough, my friends, this will be a 3v2 in favor of Concord, as Central Cabarrus unfortunately does not have that full roster available today.
All right, so it will be on MJ. Okay, you know what? Are we just gonna call it Evangelion? I don't know what it is exactly. And Toy Sonic, and yeah, that 3v2 is going to come in handy as Concord get on the board. I'm going to assume that the team's nickname is the Spiders, which is kind of dope, honestly.
A cool mascot for sure. I have to agree. I mean, that is definitely a unique mascot.
My gosh, yeah. Dude, like, Spiders, legit, such an underrated nickname for a team. I do believe that there is at least one college out there nicknamed the Spiders. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the University of Richmond. If someone wants to go ahead and correct me on that. Either way, that's neither here nor there. What isn't here is that extra player for Central Cabarrus, and that is a tough break, honestly, because again, you're talking about a team that it sounded to me had plenty of skill, but missing 2 potential players off of the roster, meaning they're having to play short-handed, and Concord having their legs all over this one early.
Yeah, Concord, they're getting a really good opportunity to take the lead. Kind of, I hate to say establish a bit of dominance. Of course, they're going to have an advantage going into a 3v2 scenario, but they can definitely kind of go for some playmaking opportunities. That could be very interesting to see how this team adapts in a 3v2. And Central Cabarrus, I mean, even winning a single game here would be a surprise just due to the fact that this game is so aggressively reliant on every single member of the team that when one of them is missing, well, it's hard to come back from.
Yeah, and when you're missing the defensive side of the ball like that, it doesn't exactly help you either. Just driving along, maybe a missed defensive rotation is how it happens sometimes, right? You don't want to put blame on anyone, especially because you're playing 3v2. It's already difficult enough, but that makes it all the more important to spread the field and try to find those gaps. And when you're able to do it, it works out just fine. But yeah, Toy Sonic has a bit of a task ahead of them, as does MLJ. I'm just gonna go ahead and say MLJ.
Yeah, I'll stick right to MLJ with you. That sounds perfect to me. We've got 2 minutes off the clock now. Concord up by 2-0 here in Central Cabarrus. At the very least, they can work on some fundamentals, some base programs or projects. You know, team communication, going for passing lanes, and just a lot of kind of basic expectations that we may be seeing from this team. The fundamentals, if you will. That's the word that was escaping me. They'll be working on the fundamentals of the success and how to be able to find success in the tough moments like this.
And tabbed in by Turner Dag. That's going to be 3-0 for Concord. And yeah, it's not much that you can really learn from this, unfortunately, if you are Central Cabarrus, because it's like, okay, well, it turns out we just have to be so unfathomably good that we can win 3v2. You can't really take a lot from that, as you're going to get a collision on the ball in midfield before it's bumped into the blue half yet again. And again, just a lot of bunching up that we're seeing from Central Cabarrus, and I get the tendency to do that, but when you bunch up, it means you're going to have to move eventually, and here it just winds up being a parting of the seas. Turner Dag kind of splits the difference between the two and puts it into the net.
Second goal, I believe, for Turner, 4th point for Concord overall. And it's just one of those scenarios, man, where we're going to be seeing a lot of this. There's really not going to be a lot of analysis to provide in a 3v2 like this, because it really is a scenario in which we're just going to watch the team of 2 lose. They would have to be college to pro level players at this point to win a 2v3. And right now, assuming these high school players are all around the same talent pool,
wait a second,
33% of your team would be lethal. Will be lethal, rather.
Toy Sonic had to use up the entirety of their boost, but they almost got one into the goal. And, to all their credit, well done on the defensive side of things. I believe it was actually Hero that made the stop. I could be mistaken, but nevertheless, you got to respect the effort, and it's going to be Turner trying to keep it into the blue half yet again as Hero going to bump it along. I think that's going into the net, and indeed it does. 5-0 in favor of Concord, and Central Cabrera is probably sending those frantic texts like, hey, where are you? We kind of need you right now.
We've seen it before. I'm pretty sure we saw it back at the Panthers Stadium in a couple of months ago when we were watching Rocket League. We had a 3v2 that the third player did actually end up showing up in time and was able to play a good chunk of the series. So maybe if we're lucky, Central Cabarrus can have that same saving grace down the line, because by golly, Stu, do they need it. 100 seconds left, 1 goal per 20 seconds right now to tie things up. And I think with a player disadvantage like this, we are staring in the face of impossibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it does kind of seem like a foregone conclusion, right? I mean, if you're Central Cabarrus, you can do everything that you possibly can, but if you're Concord, I mean, what is it that you work on if you are Concord? Because I mean, it's what else can you say? You're kind of getting all these balls getting tapped off of the backboard 3 separate times, and they're going in anyway because, again, Central Cabarrus, you don't really have the resources to be able to manage that.
It's one of those scenarios, Stu, as you mentioned earlier at the beginning of this game, it's going to be a hard one to learn from due to the fact that you are playing by bases just down a player at all times. It's hard to say, oh, they scored on us because we made a mistake, or, oh, we could have improved there, because obviously everything could be improved with a third player on the board. So it's a tough spot to put yourself into, but as Central Cabarrus will find a goal on the board, they've got to be pretty excited about that. But at this point, I think it's just for bragging rights more than anything else, just to feel good about, the lion's share momentum and all the biz.
I mean, you got to give it to Turner Dag. He sure knows how to find the back of the net. So it's going to be MLJ that is credited with the goal and tapped on into the orange end. It's at the very least, I guess, a consolation prize. Although, let's be real, Turner Dag did most of the work on that goal.
Yeah, Turner Dag, I mean, a very talented player, but Hero doing very well on their own. We got a 7-1 on the board, 51 seconds remaining, and things are looking pretty darn good for Concord. I'm very excited, ironically, that we have to watch this 2 full more times, because we are going to get 2 clean wash repeats of this exact story.
Yeah, I mean, we've got plenty of time. We're getting paid either way, so I'm chilling with that. And we have the tap on onto the orange, into the blue side yet again, and this is this possession. Like, you're talking about how important it is, why a red card is so impactful in the game of soccer, is because, well, it's a game that's all about possession, and you can only run so far on such a large pitch. It's one less person on a 120 yard or so field. So
sure.
Yeah, like and now you're talking about like a car that can move super fast. There's one less of those that's trying to bump it along to where you're trying to get the ball. So, yeah, the ball will fall. That will be all, and it is not quite yet. But, again, it's a 7-1 win. What else are you going to say about that? You have the man advantage, and you're going to come out victorious. Though, I will say they played well enough that you could justify they were probably going to get that W, even if Central Cabarrus had the 3v3. They were playing well.
Yeah, honestly, it's impossible to tell without that third person. I mean, that's like, it's just going to be a hypothesis. It shoulda, coulda, woulda scenario time and time again, because without that third player there, Central Cabarrus is playing at 66% power versus a team who is at a full 100 to 110%, depending on how much they want to give. Turner with 829 points on the total score of game number 1. They've got to do it 2 more times to walk away with a victory, and Concord, as you mentioned, statistically should have some pretty good odds here.
Yeah, and the only real chance that they had on the game was when Toy Sonic had that individual break, and it was saved by Turner Dag, who had the sole save for Concord on the game. So every single stat line, Turner Dag was able to fill up in the course of that 5 minutes. As we are going on to game number 2, bumped along and kept in the blue half yet again. And I do think that's what you need to work on if you're a Concord. Just work on possession, because this goal may very well be enough, but at the same time, you don't want to rely on that. You want to keep the ball in the goal. You want to just keep the pressure on. You might as well work on some individual plays, some training ground stuff, if you will.
Without a doubt. And Concord, they're going to score early on here in game number 2, which already establishes or continues the dominance of the lead we have seen from this team thus far. We're hoping to see a bit of a turnaround, or maybe just scoring less so the game is over faster, but every team is not going to do that. Everybody wants to walk away with as loud a win as they can possibly find, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from Concord.
So if you're a player on Concord who's maybe not doing as much on the scoreboard, I mean, if you're Hero, you've been doing okay. You've been getting that ball tapped along, throwing the changeup instead of the fastball a lot of the times, and it's been working out just fine. So if you're an individual on this team that maybe isn't showing, I mean, we can just say it's Dash in this instance. What is it that you're doing in order to make this worth your time? Like, what individual things are you going to be able to work on, and what is essentially a scrimmage lobby?
Oh, sure. I mean, there's something to be said about a player that isn't talked about particularly often, right? And it's the fact that they're not doing anything crazy and flashy, but it also means they're not doing anything necessarily wrong. Dash right now is filling that third man slot of going for bumps, going for boost route, going for demolitions, and finding a lot of opportunities kind of off screen in the back line to bring the value to the table that we need to be seeing from these teams in moments of dare I say, distress like this. You know, we need to see that third player in the back line looking for those opportunities, those silent moments to strike, because it's those silent moments that can really make or break a team when it matters most.
And I will say, because you have everything is an opportunity to learn something. Like, you can always work on it, even if the other team isn't going to necessarily cooperate, because hey, there's 3 of them, there's 2 of you, what are you going to do about it? But it's Dash with the bump on towards the goal, well stopped off by Sonic, and going on the offensive again as Turner Dag and Hero going to try to clear out. Maybe that's something that they can work on going forward, is that you don't necessarily want 2 of your own team on the ball at the same time. Communication being key, and efficiency on rotations is going to be helpful when during a game where, let's say, you have 3 opponents instead of 2. As Dash is going to get Deshaw is going to get on the board. So credit to Ayo. It's that Deshaw. I might as well go for the full name, right? It's a credit to him. Found the back of the net, and you're doing okay.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Concord once more. I mean, we've really talked this to death, so at this point we can just go into a bit more of player analysis and the things that we'll be seeing from these individuals down the line. Central Cabarrus, I'm excited to see what they can bring, or Cabarrus, excuse me, what they can bring to the table when they've got 3 players on the line. This is a really difficult scenario in which they find themselves, you know, playing not at full power. They're on broadcast, so other teams get to watch. And I think there is a silver lining to be said about that, where they're not playing at full power, so a lot of teams aren't really going to know what full power of Central Cabarrus looks like, because we haven't had the opportunity to see it on broadcast yet. So this may be a rough week for them, but there are many more weeks down the line that I'm looking forward to seeing this team come out in that full power and hopefully able to put down a 3v3 matchup.
We are at the halfway point of game number 2, and Turner Dag looking for the net yet again, not going to find it there. But again, you're talking about someone like Turner Dag who seems to be, much like we saw with Cray last time, right place, right time. Hero and Turner seem to be playing off of each other very, very well. And I understand that they have the benefit of having one less opponent to worry about. But at the same time, this is you can't help but be impressed by the fact that they are, at the very least, finding each other with pretty decent regularity. You'd have to think that they'd be doing well in an instance where, oh, look at this individual play from Turner Dag, a little bit of high-flying heroics, and though it may not have a significant effect on the outcome of this game, Turner Dag, like a shooting star through the sky, finds the mark, and it is 6-0.
6-0 on the board once again. This series has gotten to a point where I've completely stopped putting information about it in my spreadsheet, but Concord, they have found themselves with that 6-0 on the board, 2 minutes remaining, and then another 5 action-packed more minutes of this exact same thing happening.
Yeah, and it's, again, you're talking about, it is essentially a scrimmage, right? So, I will say, now that we have the camera on him, spare a thought for Toy Sonic 2. Spare a thought for, I will try to pronounce the name. This is the least that I can do for the guy, right? MLJ Eli Gone 4. I don't know if that's even close to correct, but I tried, and I tried for you, MLJ. I really did. You deserve at least that much. But Yeah, spare a thought from, because what else are you exactly supposed to take from this? Like, you are having to outmuscle all of these guys that are able to build up so much momentum. You're having to second guess yourself and second guess your positioning. What else do you really do here if you are those two?
I mean, you don't do much, honestly, Stu. I think if you're in a scenario where you're playing a 2v3 in competition like this, I personally, I would be forfeiting. I don't think it's about, oh, we're the worst team, or oh, you're the better team. Playing when 33% of your team is unavailable is almost a guaranteed loss in any game that I can think of. Whether it be a first-person shooter, whether it be a crew battle like Smash Ultimate, whether it be a Rocket League series like this. It's not going to be entertaining for the people watching because it's almost impossible to win, but it's also not going to be particularly fun for the team that is going in down a player. This is truly harder than a Herculean task. This is something that we may never see a team win in a 2v3 because the game is built for all three players to be of equal importance. And when you're missing one of those equally important players, there's not a lot for this losing team to do.
Yeah, and I know that's basically me whenever I load into a Splatoon lobby and one of the people just kind of disappears into a ball of smoke. It's like, oh, great. So this is going to be a waste of 2 minutes of my life. That's wonderful. So now we have Toy Sonic and MLJ just trying to make whatever they can of it. Good on Toy Sonic, by the way, to at the very least get a goal from that, finding the defensive misplay from Concord. It was a legitimate misplay, but Toy Sonic was there to tap it in, and all the credit. I hope that it's a little bit of consolation, if nothing else.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. You hope that just getting the playtime, being on broadcast, that's all kind of worthwhile a little bit in its own right. So hopefully that is how they're feeling, or they're feeling excited about what they've had the opportunity to do here today. It's not going to be great, but you get to play the game you love, and that alone is a silver lining that is worthwhile. Game number 2 comes to a close. Buzzer beater 7-1 in favor of Concord. I know you guys are all probably just as surprised as I am, but with 1 second left on the clock, this series is going to be 2-0 in favor of Concord. So they've got one more game left here on the board before we move into our third of many more series here left today.
Yeah, and almost 10 years on from it, matching that infamous Brazil versus Germany scoreline from the World Cup. So that is going to be all for game number 2. Taps it down, and Concord.
That's definitely a spider.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I'm kind of wondering.
A spider.
So I'm wondering if it's like a spider or a tarantula or something like that. I mean, tarantula's a little wordy for a nickname, right? But
yeah, my biggest fear was that it was a scorpion, but there was no tail when we got the big picture. So at least it's not a scorpion. No. It's some variety of arachnid for sure.
Exactly, and just one goal short of the number of legs that it has. So that's a shame for Concord. But then again, I don't think they're exactly complaining. You look at this score line for Toy Sonic, who was trying to do everything, and honestly 4 shots on goal is more than I thought he would have had. So
sure,
good on Toy Sonic, man.
Statistically, you'd expect not nearly as high of a number here in a scenario like that, but honestly, all things considered, Central Kerberos, they are doing a pretty good job. They're playing through. You got to respect them for that, and all things considered, you know, they are playing the 3v2. They're sticking around. They're playing the game they love. There's something to be said about the camaraderie there, or the respect for the game there, but, you know, you've also got to feel bad for them because they're just staring a guaranteed defeat in the face. I mean, that's just not a scenario that anybody really wants to watch, and not a scenario that anybody, I think, really wants to be a part of.
Yeah, it's tough to say what exactly they can take from it. But again, like their mascot would, like their Viking mascot would entail, they are going to fight to the bitter end, no matter the circumstances, and they should be commended for that. Toy Sonic with that scoreline, I think, is showing that. MLJ, I think, is one of those players that is used to taking on the support role, but there's only one player to support. What is it that you're going to do exactly?
No, I think you bring up a really good point there of playing, you know, okay, you might traditionally be that third man. There's only 2 of you. And that really kind of forces you to play a bit of a different game. You've got to adapt or understand what you're looking for in that new kind of play style, which then puts you on the back foot because you're playing a different play style than you normally do, and you're down a player. So it really could just be a difficult scenario for Central to be in. But game number 2 has come to a close, and I'm sure we'll jump in to game number 3 in any moment. And I bet my entire life savings that it's going to be exactly like games number 1 and 2.
Now, I do kind of wonder if there is a bit of a discussion being had between the Concord and Central Cabarrus teams, because there's it's like, hey, man, we know that this is kind of rough for y'all, or you want to maybe continue on with this. And Central Cabarrus, at the very least, they want to have their moments on stream. They want to see if they can make something happen for themselves. And you got to commend him for that, right? It's Turner Dag is
Yeah.
going to kind of let it slide in. I mean, what would help there? I don't know. Maybe an extra car by the goal would have helped. I don't know. That's just a thought, just spitballing here. And
Right.
yeah, like there's not a whole lot that you can really take from
Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody that knows, my commentary journey, everybody knows that I started in Overwatch, and this just feels like one of those scenarios in which, like, like the concept of playing a game of Overwatch without one of the roles, your tank is missing, or your DPS are missing, or your supports are missing, you guaranteed lose, right? Like, that is a scenario in which you are not going to be able to win back a series like that with a fundamental role missing. And in a scenario like this, they get a point on the board, but something tells me that's a little more about Concord letting them than the series kind of shifting. So all things considered, we're really seeing Central Cabarrus just having a field day, trying to have fun in a tough scenario.
And hopefully they're all trying to have fun, because Hero going to try to get on the board into the upper 90 would have been actually a pretty stylish goal, all things considered. I do think back in terms of plays that have happened thus far, what stands out, I believe it was in that game number 2 to make it 6-0. The Turner Dag goal where he just went flying through the air. And I think it might have been going for a flip reset or something, but either way is able to possess it all the way down into the goal mouth. And that was that kind of stands out to me as a play. You know what? If you're going to work on stuff, you need to work on moments of individual brilliance, right? As Turner Dag is going to get onto the goal sheet yet again. Pops up, pops it in. Not a whole lot to say about that. Easy peasy. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I was just counting the players on Concord side. But no, I'm kind of curious. Okay, it's about managing resources, about managing boosts. It's about being aware of the positioning of the players, even though, again, they're shorthanded. You still got to be aware of where the bodies are, as Turner Dag is going to register a hat trick on the game. You're not doing too badly. You're able to get some moments for yourself and create a few clips. It's like, hey, here's how good at this game I am.
Yeah, we do love an opportunity to create clips. That is inevitable. We do love a spot to make some clips and just kind of feel good and put it in a highlight reel or put it on Twitter or whatever you want to do with it. But all things considered, these teams are playing the game through and through. And with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, the pain is almost over, friends. We will move on to a series where hopefully all 6 players are in attendance in just a little bit.
Yeah, and Concord at this point, we can talk about how they could be prospectively going forward, as Turner Dag is going to put yet another one in. They seem to have an idea of how they want to play. I mean, how can you summarize their basic game plan?
Well, it's fascinating, right? Because there is something to be said about this, but all things considered, there really is a reality in which it's hard to tell. Any team with an advantage is going to look good. That's simply how things are going to work, right? It's going to look like Concord knows what they're doing. It's going to know their passing plays, because they're not going to get punished for even the simplest of plays. Central Cabarrus doesn't have the players to do that. So I agree that Concord, I see strong fundamentals. I think that's super important. I see strong passing lanes. The communication leaves a little bit to be wanted. I think we're seeing a lot of individual plays, but again, they don't have to communicate right now. So we're probably not seeing that communication because they get to do individual plays. They get to go for a demolition, make it a 3v1. That's an open goal. So there's a lot to be said about Concord and how they may look against a team that brings a full roster to the table, like Monroe High School that we had the chance to see just a couple of minutes ago. It feels like an eternity, but in reality, it was only 20 minutes ago. We are looking to see if that level of play can be mirrored by Concord later down the line. But for now, I wouldn't be comfortable giving them, I think they look good or bad, because of course they're going to look great right now.
Yeah, and a little bit of an assist by Hero on that goal. MLJ will get credit for it, and might as well just give it to him. It's all good, as we are at the 2:48 mark. And again, it's just such a fundamental part of the game. Like, it's like Charlotte FC playing without 2 of their defenders against Atlanta, or just whatever you can, whatever you may have.
Insert metaphor here.
Exactly. Like, there's only so much that you can take from this, so you might as well just mess around and enjoy it. Toy Sonic going to get demoed. That feels cruel. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you might as well. Like you said, hopefully they're just all out there having fun. If you're Central Cabarrus, you can't even really get tilted at this scenario. It's just so inevitably goofy. Like, it's just so silly that we've played out this whole series to begin with that you've probably just got to laugh at it and move on. A very genuine GG go next scenario. We'll see you next week, or we'll try again next week, et cetera, whatever the odds may be. But so far. I'm definitely waiting to see a bit louder of a showing from Concord if we happen to see them next week or one of the following. 2:15 on the clock, 5-2 on the board. Concord somewhere around a total of 20 points scored this series, I believe.
Right, because I believe you mentioned having known something about Central Cabarrus. I mean, that's
one of the Cabarruses. I'm still not confident it was Central.
Fair enough. No, well, I mean, this it seemed to be a team that had some quality, and the dinging off of the post from Hero. You know what? Again, might as well go for the shots, right? As I know we're not playing it up like it's Game 7 of Worlds, but it's a nice clip. That was a nice shot. You gotta give it to him. LJ now. Looking for any sort of positional advantage that they can possibly glean. And it's tough because, again, how are you going to position yourself against in a handicap match? It's...
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Hero now. Going to try to stay back. You might as well make it 2-on-2, right? Until it's not.
80 seconds here on the clock. Concord just running down, putting as many points down as they can. I don't know how the seasonal rankings or standings are going to work. I don't know if it is going to matter if it's, how many points this team has scored. If it is, then you should definitely be forfeiting a 3v2 scenario, because obviously this is going to give Concord an insane point advantage down the line. But whatever it is, it's definitely painful to watch, as we are still a strong 80 seconds, assuming there's no more scores from here on out.
Right. Well, I mean, assuming in one hand, and I'm not going to finish that. Turner Dag is going to finish that, however, and finally brings it up to 8. So that will be their highest goal total in this series. And again, you're seeing the individual ability from Turner Dag, and you can't help but be impressed by it. I mean, even if it's just in a vacuum, right? It's not really a super competitive environment in this instance, but William Behringer, this young man's name is, doing pretty good for himself, and you can see why this is this dude that made Diamond, and pretty young as well. I believe a freshman at Concord.
Yeah, dang. I mean, to be Diamond as a freshman is definitely something to be said about the possibility of just growth potential that we could be seeing from a player like that. It's rare that we see a player come through and be Diamond at a young age, but also this is, it's that high school region, so they've got an unbelievable amount of time to grow and change and improve their play style, however that may be.
I mean, this is an individual that we're talking about along with Hero. They're both Diamond, and although Devin Filipski, I believe, is the name of Hero, a pretty decent player, all things considered, as a junior, perhaps maybe the more emotional leader of that team, doing quite well for himself to get on the board and keep things going, as Turner is going to put yet another one in the goal. It's like, hey, you know what? The present and future of Concord Rocket League come together, and again, you know what? They don't ask how, they ask how many, and that's how you're going to read it, is going to be a 3-0 victory for Concord as the last 10 seconds tick off of this game number 3, and the Spiders will be moving on. Again, it was a comfortable victory. The circumstances being what they were, you still got to play the games, and Concord will crawl on forth with the 3-0 as we look at the stats. And yeah, that just says everything, doesn't it? The word score is being obscured by Turner's score.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those scenarios where things like that are going to happen. It's what happens when you waste 35 minutes on a 3v2 series. One of the players is just going to completely dominate the matchup one way or another, and that is exactly what we got to see here today. Tip my hat to Central Cabarrus, though, for sticking around that whole time, being in that scenario, whether it's in comp, whether it's in a competition like this, whether it's a school-funded situation. Never easy to be the player when you're caught out like that when it matters. So I definitely tip my hat to them for sticking around. But folks, we are going to go ahead and throw it to another break here, because we've got another series coming up in just a couple of minutes. The schedule keeps just changing every single minute, so I'm not going to name the teams, but we are going to be back with 2 more of them in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of VESL Rocket League coming right back at you.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL. You already know youtube.com/VESLGG. It's the place to be. Friday Night Rocket League coming at you. Alongside Septilence, I'm Stu, the announcer here, casting this matchup between Green Level High and the Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy. A matchup that we've been anticipating for a little bit. These two sort of semi-contenders going at it. They seem to be evenly matched well enough. And as we kick off this game number one, Fatu trying to put the ball into the other half, but again, well countered by Green Level. Wake Leadership Academy, however, yeah, they're going to be on the back foot early on, as we saw Needy Muscles putting Green Level right up ahead. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a team that I've seen before. I've actually seen Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy back at VESL State Championships, and they were a very talented team, one that I remember, Fatu and Flapjack in particular. Dad Jokes, though, stands out. That may be a player name change. That may be a new player. I'm not sure, but they've got 3 whole games minimum, maybe more, to prove themselves here against Green Level. Boozy, Needy Muscles, and Watch Dan Demand coming out strong already. That first point on the board, and they've got to be feeling good about that advantage, because once you found it, it can typically be hard to lose. Let's see if Green Level can hold on to it, or if Wake Leadership Academy can answer back quickly.
We'll say Dad Jokes Unlimited. I'll say this off the top tier nickname.
Oh, banger name,
that is
for sure.
Oh, yeah, that is absolute banger from Wake Leadership Academy. They hopefully will get the gold to match it, but nevertheless, unless I show bias, I will, at the very least, show appreciation for a good tag. As it's put over the top, and Fatu is going to put Wake Leadership Academy on the board. A great individual effort dumped over the top like a 12-6 curveball going right into the strike zone. And now we are drawn up at 1. Wake Leadership Academy getting the exact shot in the arm that they needed, courtesy of Fatu.
Going to be a great tie-up here, just a minute off the clock, so more than enough time for Wake Leadership Academy to really answer back. They've tied us up 1-1. It's essentially a 0-0 on the board, and now they need to find a way to answer back early on. Green Level has a great tap in early toward the goal of Wake Leadership. Unfortunately, they fall just a little too short. A second one also falls a wee bit ways away, and now Green Level looking for an opportunity, stolen away. Wake Leadership back in the ball control department. Uzi takes it up and through center field. Could go past not 1, not 2 defenders, and it's going to be knocked away from goal once again. Left wide open. The flip is missed from Boozy, and now Green Level try again to be blocked away by Wake Leadership once more.
Yeah, and when you're talking about opportunities that come so close like that, it's an opportunity to either get tilted, or as a sort of way of thinking, hey, wait a second, we're getting really close really early on. This could be something. I imagine it comes down to a matter of perspective,
Sure.
But it does kind of highlight the mental aspect of this game. I mean, it's in the words of a former Phillies manager, half the game is 90% mental, and certainly an opportunity like that would highlight as such.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Rocket League in particular, and I say this often about Rocket League compared to a lot of other esports that I've had the chance to work with. I think this one in particular, the mental goes a very, very long way for the success of a team. Of course, the physical is going to matter in terms of staying in the mix, but it's got to be holding that mental, getting scored on, maybe even losing the first game or two. You've really got to have that strong mental to turn around and stay positive. And so far, both these teams have done nothing but show that strong mental. I'm eager to see if they can continue that level of excitement and exuberance moving deeper into the series.
And we saw that from the goal there by Needy Muscles, directly off of the bounce, technically a half volley, straight into the net, just off of the Karen, a little bit of defensive play up above the box. But that's the thing, if you're going to clear that ball, it needs to be high, wide, and far. They got the high part, not exactly wide and far. It was just above what would have been the 18-yard box. So that is there for Needy Muscles to fully take advantage of. And Needy Muscles has all 2 of Green Level's goals thus far, as Bootsy is going to try to put it on net. However, Fatu, the goal scorer for Wake Leadership Academy, prevents one there. Well saved by Fatu, as Wake Leadership Academy is going to try to prevent an even bigger lead from accumulating. They seem to be playing on the level, no pun intended, with Green Level thus far.
Yeah, no, definitely playing par for par, going blow for blow with these teams so far, and Green Level looking for an opportunity to keep this lead down to 100 seconds on the clock. So now Wake Leadership Academy is putting things here. And I'm wondering to see if there could be a turnaround from Wake Leadership, but they're definitely falling into a loose defense. Green Level finding themselves at a disadvantaged state in kind of an uncomfortable moment, but all things considered, Wake Leadership may be able to emerge victorious. 80 seconds on the clock remaining.
Good demo there from Dan to Man, and now that the ball is over in the orange half, it's going to not. It's yeah, it was all for naught. 2v3 on the field. Oh man, what can you do in a 2v3? Fatu says, "Hey, just watch me. I'll show you." And just like that, used all the boost, but I don't think he matters all that much. We're drawn up at 2.
With only a minute 10 remaining, so 70 seconds here. One of these teams has to break through with an emergence on the line here. 65 seconds on the clock. We've got that tied up game, and now things are looking a bit different here as nobody really has ball control. This is very reminiscent of a game 1 in the sense that both teams are definitely learning and trying to find that opportunity of play, just looking for those times to strike that could fit, make or break the team dynamic thus far. But unfortunately, nobody's able to break that curse quite yet. We're still in that tie.
Yeah, the chaos reigning supreme. However, Fatu looking to take advantage of it. A little bit of controlled chaos there with the mid-air acrobatics. Fatu is able to get something going. Flapjack, however, having to prevent something on the other end. Green level. We almost saw them perhaps steal this one as we go into the last 30 seconds. Boosie now looking for a play off the ball, but is going to be called back for a look, and gets the goal into the upper 90. What positioning there from Fatu, needy muscles with the Karen off of the crossbar. Boosie on the half volley puts it into the upper 90, and that is beautiful stuff from Green Level, who breaks the deadlock with 19 seconds remaining.
19 seconds left, down to 13 already. Wake Leadership Academy not able to find a good moment of existence. The tap into goal could be big, and Dad Jokes Unlimited is going to give us a tied up game. 3-3, 8 seconds remaining. Overtime nearly inevitable.
A close call for sure, but Dad Jokes Unlimited, always dad jokes are there when you don't need them, so they might as well be there when you do. So Dad Jokes Unlimited putting Wake Leadership Academy on level terms with Green Level yet again, as the clock will run out on this one. Perhaps the ball is still in the air. It's going to be tapped on by Fatu, looking for the net. Okay, it will hit the ground, and we are going to overtime as they will charge for the ball, going out to the right side of the pitch, but going on, put towards net, goes off the crossbar, and it was a wide open goal mouth, but just above the target as it bounces towards the orange side. Not like this, taps it on, back and forth action as we go. Septilence, this is truly anyone's game.
Yeah, my goodness, this overtime is definitely going to be a tight one. 20 seconds in already, and things continue to pop up later in the series, and this timer will continue to go up until somebody wins. I mentioned that in our first series of the day of how you cannot draw a game of Rocket League. It will go until somebody walks away with that victory position, and I hope the rest of the series continues to be this close, because this is what Rocket League is all about, playing tooth and nail until the bitter end. And a bitter end it may be for Green Level there in game number 1. Fatu not only hitting a hat trick in overtime, but also the winning goal for Wake Leadership Academy here in game number 1.
And the serve off of the backboard, you gotta love it. A little nerve damage action for Fatu as he gets the hattie and gets the victory for Wake Leadership. And yeah, I think the score says it all right there. 752 on the board, 5 shots on goal, and 2 saves to boot along with it. I mean, not shirking the defensive responsibilities. You got to love a decent two-way player, and Fatu proving that he's just that. Of course, Dad Jokes Unlimited and Flapjack showing their worth in that game as well. And Dad Jokes Unlimited with a key goal to draw things up late on that game.
I mean, not even 10 seconds left, and Dad Jokes Unlimited was able to sink in a pretty valuable goal. And this is going to be a pretty strong showing from Wake Leadership, because they all gave a strong enough performance at some point in time. We don't see any goals from Flapjack, but that just means we're looking at a strong third-man contender, a strong third-man player for the team. And I'm hoping to see a bit more of that continuation down the line. I hope Wake Leadership Academy can keep it up. A Green Level, they've got a lot of games to answer back. Game 1, a great deciding factor on what these teams are going to do and how they could perform later into the series.
Yeah, so now that we've gotten a taste of what these teams are like, really was a game that could have gone either way. Yeah. You saw maybe one bump by Boosie goes a little bit lower, or Dan the Man gets maybe a little bit of a cleaner look towards the middle of the pitch. I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on green level as we go into game number 2, because it seemed like it was very top heavy. It was very needy muscles taking control of the game. While Wake leadership, yeah, you saw the goal scoring. You saw the goal scoring bit for Wake Leadership Academy. It fell primarily on Fatu as we get started with this game number 2. But I don't know, what is it that you're thinking is the general game plan for green level, and how do they plan to match the firepower that Wake Leadership is bringing?
Yeah, so I think very similar to our series earlier today of Monroe High School. I think we are going to be looking at a lot of opportunities of there's kind of one player to look at, right? We've got a Cray in the matchup here. We've got Fatu, clearly 3 points of the 4 scored. Of the 6 scored in the entire lobby, 3 of them belong to one player, belong to Fatu. So there is some good opportunity there to just go for demolitions on Fatu, make it harder for them to play the game. Okay, it was my feed. It wasn't my webcam. Just checking. And then there's a lot of other things to look at.
I see you.
Do you go for demolitions? Hey, this is a new hat. But things all considered, it's about taking Fatu out of the equation. Is that demolitions? Is that going to be something like, boost drop time and time again? Is that going to be a strong defense? Whatever it may be, Fatu is the key to success.
Oh, I'm kind of seeing that. It's definitely the offense running through one person primarily, but then again, it's not like it's just offense. You gotta be a decent two-way player. I mean, if you're a one-faceted player, if you're kind of one-dimensional, you're not going to go very far in terms of playing Rocket League. Fatu, we saw 2 saves on the board to match the 2 goals. Saw 5 shots in total. Even had an assist on the goal from Dad Jokes Unlimited.
Yeah,
the bounce off of the backboard, and again, Dad Jokes Unlimited. You got to be there. So we are going to see exactly how it plays out between those two. But again, let's talk a little bit about green level, because again, pretty even keel all throughout. Even if the ball was in their half for most of that time, when they looked to be on the attack, they were dangerous. This seems like a pretty decent counterpunching team.
No, I can agree wholeheartedly. I think we are going to be seeing a pretty good showing from Green Hope, and I think that we are looking at a scenario in which it's 3 players that are all kind of the same caliber, unlike teams like Wake Young or like Monroe High School earlier that had a clear front striker. There was that Cray, there is that Fatu. This team instead is going to be going where any of the 3 players can be that striker, can be that frontman, can be that passer, can be whatever they need to be. And as we get ready to jump back into the game to see where they're sitting at here in game 2, we see Wake Leadership Academy are going to be up by that 1 point here. So that level of domination does continue a little bit for this team.
And the thing is, usually you can kind of infer who was able to score that goal. With Wake Leadership Academy, they all looked relatively potent on the offensive end. You can't really say for sure, it's Fatu, just because Fatu was able to get those 2 goals, 3 goals, excuse me, in that game. 2 of them being in regulation, of course. The other was the game winner, and going for the upper 90. Was green level and almost finding it. Dan the Man is going to be on the warpath trying to find it, but is instead caught out of position as we are going to have the ball go towards the orange half. It will be played on, however. And again, talking about even keel, seemed like there was a decent demo on Boosie as Needy Muscles trying to bump it on. And again, just fighting it out in mid-air. A lot of individual plays. It's looking more akin to volleyball than soccer at this point, Septolin.
Yeah, it feels very Game 1-esque. I talked about that a lot earlier on how these Game 1 scenarios often feel very back and forth. Nobody's really in charge. And I think these teams, as you mentioned, are still fighting to find that dynamic where they comfortably fit in a scenario like this. Is not always going to be a clear-cut thing to look at. So these teams are going to be looking to see if that matchup is where they want it to be and if that dynamic can be where it lines up. Another low-scoring affair could be really beneficial for this team. And now I think we're looking at a scenario where we're seeing a possibility of play that could continue on the side of green level. They get us a tie-up just when I was about to give Wake Leadership the verbal advantage, and now we're back into that 1-1 scenario. 90 seconds left. Rocket League Light has officially re-begun.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Hey, the verbal advantage, green level will be more than happy to take a goal. They can have the verbal advantage all they want. We do our talking on the pitch, as Dan the Man is going to take that bump in from off of the top. And again, you're talking about these balls as kind of dropping in from above. All you got to do is place your hood there, and all of a sudden, you've got yourself a goal. Well done on the positioning. And again, they don't ask how, they ask how many. Dan the Man will certainly take that as we approach the 1 minute marker. Needy Muscle is going to be tasked with going back on defense. Though it looked like Boosie trying to keep this in and doing well enough to keep it in their own half. Needy Muscles missing on defense, however, it would be put back towards the goal mouth and going up and over across it. Flapjack gonna try to put it into the other half, but fails to do so as Needy Muscles putting it on net. Well done, Needy Muscles bumps it on towards the goal mouth and in. And a couple of defensive miscues. Needy Muscles knew exactly where he needed to be, and that is going to go in. Those two cars in pursuit could do nothing but watch as Needy Muscles puts Green Level ahead by a score of 2-1 with 36 remaining.
33 on the clock. Green Level has a big opportunity to equalize things here on out. Could be a possible goal early. Wow, barely blocked out of the way. Almost a disaster for Green Level. The tie-up was near inevitable, but it was going to be blocked away that time. They said fool me once, and the fool me twice does not get to happen. The defense there in that late second goal that Wake Leadership Academy loves to try and find.
Flapjack going to try and get it on goal, but was not able to do so. Fatu trying to make it happen for Wake Leadership Academy. Yet again, Flapjack with a wing and a prayer is going to bump it down towards the ground. Kept up in the air by the post. Dad Jokes Unlimited in pursuit, but is going to over pursue, and it is eventually knocked down. Green Level will take the victory. And Needy Muscles, you saw it there. Fatu did get that goal, but hey, again, you don't ever want to assume anything. It's a relatively quiet performance for Dan the Man. Spare that goal, but again, sometimes you just got to be able to play it back, sit back, relax, and as they will be going into Game 3 shortly. What adjustments do you foresee Wake Leadership Academy making? Because it's a tough way to think about the game happening for yourself. Like, yeah, we got up early and then we just kind of let it slip away, almost like he sleepwalked into that loss. But at the same time, Septilinus, from a neutral perspective, it didn't exactly seem like that.
Yeah, I think this may be the first series of the day here where we're actually getting the opportunity to see things that I would kind of call like micro play instead of macro play making the difference. A lot of earlier today, I've had the opportunity to say, it's about going for boosts, it's about passing lanes, very fundamental kind of basic stuff. But we've gotten to the point where both teams are playing to a certain caliber to where things have been shaken up a little bit. I think if we want to see a success on the side of Wake Young, I think they need to be going for just a bit more communication. The plays have felt very one-handed, very I'll do it myself, and then we can kind of regroup as a team. But in reality, if Wake Young does want to find that success down the line, I'm hoping that they're going to be able to do so in terms of those communications, working together instead of trying to make those individual plays.
Yeah, so when you're going for that game number 3, again, we saw Green Level. We saw the ability to kind of hang with their opposition. And again, Wake Leadership Academy did well to take that game number 1. They did it in overtime, but this time Green Level taking it in regulation, albeit within the last minute of regulation play. I'm kind of curious. Green Level, it's something to build on. Obviously, you cannot be content to rest on your laurels.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's one of those scenarios of like we won, but as you mentioned, just barely, right? It was one of those scenarios in which they were able to find a victory in the final 60 seconds. The final 20% of the game is when they woke up and found themselves in the victory seat. So going in, I think in terms of cleaning up, I think the passing was a bit rough from Green Level. We saw a lot of opportunities rather than a lot of planned goals. A lot of it was existing in the moment, being reactive instead of proactive, as I've talked about a lot. But the luck of the draw just seemed to work a little bit better for them there. So fingers crossed going into this next series that both teams really just feel a bit more calculated, a bit more comfortable. And jumping here into game number 3, it looks like Green Level has already gone up a point. So they find themselves a minute into the game up by 1. Is it tied immediately?
Oh, wait a second.
You know it is. Fatu is going to find their 5th goal of the series and tie this game up 1-1.
I mean, Fatu, what else can you say? Dude knows exactly where to be and has 4 of Wake Leadership Academy's 5 goals in this series. We're drawn up at 1 yet again. Just under 4 minutes to play as Green Level. Looking to get back into the lead for this one. It's Boosie just kind of hanging in there and looking on the defensive role. I don't know about sitting in the net in order to do so. I feel like you kind of need to keep yourself moving. The defensive rotations exist for a reason. What's the rationale behind that when you see a player just kind of sitting in the goal like that?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a defense opportunity, right? If it's going to be on the defending side, they're going to try to play a hard goalie. They're afraid of maybe like a Hail Mary or a coast-to-coast goal going in. But if it's an offensive player sitting in the defender's goal, they're often doing that in kind of what I like to call it a shark attack. I don't know where I got that phrase. I don't know what that kind of means. But it's like they sneak up, they take the defender out of the way, and the goal's wide open. Just like that. Now, there wasn't a shark attack in that play, but there was a wide open goal. And Fatu took an opportunity on that bottom corner to sink it in, put some value down on the board for the team, and continue this lead for Wake Leadership Academy.
Yeah. Shot that one from South Carolina, and now all of a sudden it is a 2-1 lead for Wake Leadership Academy. Fatu again with 5 goals on the series now, 2 in this game. And yeah, this good offensive contributor, obviously doing more than just scoring goals.
Right.
For certain. But guess which one shows up on the scoreboard, the big numbers above? It's the goals.
Yeah, the goals are, I mean, that's the name of the game, but its fundamental core here is trying to find the most goals, to be the loudest player, to be the most effective on the battlefield, and thus far, Wake Leadership has been able to do that here in game number 3, but for the first time today, our series is tied up 1-1, so game number 3 will not be a winning game decision for one of these teams. Instead, they're going to have to continue into game number 4 and try to find a victory there, if not game number 5, so we're waiting to see if Wake Leadership holds onto this lead, but with nearly half the game left, I think there's a very real chance that we see Green Level tie this up.
For certain, as Green Level trying to get something going in their opposing half with over 2 minutes remaining. Now under Fatu trying to play it on out, but again gets caught. Dan the Man again putting these balls towards the net, threatening ever so slightly, but again just slightly off target, and Green Level is doing well enough to disrupt these shots from going towards the goal. But how do they prevent the shots from happening to begin with?
I mean, that's just going to be back to the default defense, right? You're looking at a scenario in which you want to give your team the advantage. You want to find a demolition or a boost route. You want to make sure you're finding the appropriate bumps, just like that, actually, to disrupt passing lanes. It's a lot of default kind of basic value that we expect to be seeing from teams at a time like this. And I'm definitely not surprised to see what we're seeing from Wake Leadership. They got the lead, and they've kind of changed their play style a bit. They're going to go for opportunistic goals. They're not going to go for strong front-facing opportunities, and I'm hoping that maybe Green Level can equalize this out, as it's been 90 seconds since I called that prediction, and they have yet to even really get close to scoring.
Boosie, again, just trying to keep it in the opposing half and doing a decent job. We're seeing Needy Muscles put these balls on net pretty consistently, as they're going to, again, make Fatu go on the defensive effort. And we'll bump it out yet again. I think got barely a touch on it as it goes into the orange half. 40 seconds remaining in this one as Needy Muscles failing on the defensive side of things there, but still not exactly a precarious position as Fatu is going to miss the ball. 30 seconds remaining as it is a fight in the middle of the park. Again, could go anyone's way, but one of these teams has the lead, the other does not, and it is Flapjack getting demolished by Needy Muscles, who is thirsty for blood and gets plenty of it. Fatu keeping it in the other half as Needy Muscles going to try to close this out for Green Level. 5 seconds remaining. Fatu looking for a measure of revenge, and it looks like the ball is going to fall, and that is all. Wake Leadership going up 2-1 in the series. Again, incredibly close games all throughout. The difference is exactly 1 goal. And Boosie, with all the effort that they put in, comes out just short for Green Level as Fatu, the 2 goals, making the difference yet again.
It was a valiant effort from Green Level that time, but now they've gone down in the series. In the next game, very likely could be the last if Wake Leadership can take that series or take that energy, and take it into game number 4 of the series, which they are jumping right into. These players are ready to end this series one way or another. Can Green Level take us to that 5th and final game, or will Wake Leadership continue to bring this level of aggression to play?
Seeing Fatu near Mr. Do Everything. However, Flapjack getting demoed yet again, perhaps because we've seen Flapjack play a relatively reserved, almost cautious style of play, and every team does need that, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it makes you a sitting duck for those demos, as Flapjack is eventually going to get the tires squealing and gets on the board. So saving that energy, saving that boost for when he absolutely needed it, and did well to acquire the goal there and puts Wake Leadership Academy up 1-0. And it's Flapjack, the one person who was not on the board yet for Wake Leadership Academy, finally gets their comeuppance at the expense of Green Level.
Green Level finding themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable scenario here, as they are now down in what could possibly be the final game of this series thus far. They've got a little bit of time to work with, and that little bit could go a long way. Oh, just off the crossbar. Nothing yet for Wake Leadership Academy. They are going to fall just a little short of that second game, and now with a minute off the clock, they look to see if Wake Leadership Academy can find another goal to put themselves up 2-0 on the series.
The pinch off of the top, as Dad Jokes Unlimited doing just enough on defense to keep the ball out of the net, but Dad Jokes Unlimited there is going to put the ball in the net for Wake Leadership Academy, and it is 2-0. A full team effort here as Fatu clearing out a little bit of the defense. The other two sort of adrift in the vacuum of space, as if it looked about as such. And that is more than enough for Dad Jokes Unlimited to get the goal and perhaps the knockout blow. Although we have 3.5 minutes remaining, thereabouts. I mean, it's they've been playing tight enough defensively to where you can't just assume that goals are going to come all that easily.
Sure.
For Green Level, especially when the ball is in their half this consistently.
Yeah, we've gone 90 seconds in a bit of a goal drought from our friends at Green Level here. They really have not been able to find that footing that we saw so much earlier, especially back in game number 2, the one-game victory they have under their belt. They were really dominant in that ball control scenario, which made it difficult for Wake Leadership Academy to play back. And right now, they're playing right into the hands of Wake Leadership Academy, WLA, really feeling good about their chances of a victory. Almost half the game is gone and still not a single point on the board for Green Level.
Dad Jokes Unlimited perhaps having an opportunity there. Fatu almost creating a goal-scoring chance for their teammate, but just wide of the goal, as Green Level again on the back foot, the back tires here, I should say. Flapjack with a good defensive clearance all the way into the corner. Flapjack not able to catch up to it quite there. It's going to be bumped on by Boosie into the blue half. This is kind of what Green Level needs, is just a little bit more of these wild clearances, as Fatu is going to bump it on yet again.
Nice.
And that's what happens. You want to extend a little bit. You want to put your neck out. Flapjack and Fatu will be more than happy to cleave it off. Into the upper 90, bumped on by Flapjack all the way up the pitch. Fatu, what else could he do but put it home? One goal for each teammate, as Wake Leadership Academy goes up 3-0 with 2 and change remaining.
2 and change on the board, but at this point, I mean, we're staring at less than a minute per goal just to tie things up, let alone finding that fourth goal when you haven't found a single goal in nearly 8 minutes now, I believe. We're getting to that scenario in which Wake Leadership Academy, they are playing exactly the way they need to emerge victorious on this series, and they are just hurtling closer and closer and closer and closer to being able to walk away as those victors here today. 4 goals on the board, 30 seconds per goal from Green Level if they want to try and win this one out.
And Wake Leadership, we're seeing now, they are spreading their wings. Under 2 minutes to play. Green Level, it seems like they've lost the plot a little bit, but not really through any fault of their own. This is Wake Leadership Academy taking control of the game. It has been in the orange half of the pitch for the good part of this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, what are you going to do? Fatu now with a hat trick, the last on the board for Wake Leadership in this one, is the one that winds up with the Hattie. And again, that aerial expertise of Fatu coming out. This is what we were looking for Wake Leadership Academy to really take control of this game, even though it felt like Green Level was playing relatively well throughout those first 3 games. All of a sudden, it's kind of falling apart.
Again, I think it has something to say about maybe not the fact that Green Level has gotten any worse. I think Wake Leadership Academy just needed a bit of time to warm up. I think game number 1 was a bit of a sloppy one. They lost game number 2, but then they learned from Green Level the plays that they needed to make or break, and they have definitely found a way to do both of those expectations, to meet them and beat them here, as Wake Leadership Academy are so far in the lead that even the point found now from Green Level, I just fear might not be enough.
Yeah, no, we saw the defensive conga line going straight into the stratosphere. Boosie is going to take advantage of that. He's like, hey, let me join the party. And gets the goal on the board for Green Level. It will perhaps serve as a consolation prize unless Green Level pulls off something truly unprecedented. And it's a shame because all of those past 3 games, win or lose, they were decided by a margin of exactly 1 goal.
Yeah.
And this will be the first one that is truly like out of the hands of the losing team, as we are sitting at 5-1. This is closer to the score lines that we saw from some of those 3-on-2s, and it's just an unfair assessment of what we've seen from Green Level thus far. But you're right, Wake Leadership Academy has fully settled into this game, Septilence. They have made it their own.
Yeah, they have just completely locked in here to this fourth, and I'm going to confidently say final game here. We're down to 30 seconds left on the clock, and Green Level, they need 1 goal per like 7 seconds right now to tie things up, so we've certainly entered the realm of impossibility. Wake Leadership Academy really not just showing up, but showing off here in this 4th and final game of the series.
Into the blue half of things. If it's going to happen, it needs to happen now, but it's bumped on out and into the orange half yet again, where this ball has remained for the comfortable part of this game 4 as it gets bounced around just a little bit. Wake Leadership Academy taking flight and then some. Dan the Man will have to settle for that goal as a consolation prize for himself. Bumped on from midfield. No one really worried about defense on Wake Leadership Academy. That's score effects for you, Septilence. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, come on. At this point, whether they score or not, the game is suitably over. We've gotten to the point where Wake Leadership Academy will emerge victorious as the victors here of our, what is this, third series of the evening? Yeah, our 3rd series of the evening so far. A well-deserved victory from them as well, might I add. Truly a strong, notable performance from the entire roster.
I mean, hey, time flies when you're having fun, but speaking of high flying, let's talk a little bit about Fatu. Took a little bit to get into that game, but again, you saw there were assists on those goals. Not exactly doing a poor job. Was always involved on the defensive side of things, clearing people off of the ball, getting cars out of the way for Dad Jokes Unlimited's goal in particular. And yeah, you saw the 3 goals. Well, it speaks for that. Those speak for itself.
100%.
Let's be real, but again, you're talking about a really well-oiled machine that we're seeing from Wake Leadership Academy, and to take nothing away from Green Level, who earned that game 1 victory, and then found themselves kind of on the back foot going into game 2 when they won in regulation. But yeah, you kind of have to think back to game 1 in overtime. What could have been, how they could have prevented this fate, how they could have at the very least gone to a game 5. What do you think happens to prevent? Because I mean, if game 4 happens, it happens.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily need to be the deciding game. So what is it in your mind that Green Level is going to look back upon and really view as the key point of focus to prevent this from happening?
Just not being able to ramp up to the same speed that Wake Young kind of brought to the table. Game 1 was very close. Game 2, they felt good, but it felt like Wake Young continued to improve. The passing got cleaner. The coordination got stronger. And Green Level just kind of, no pun intended, leveled out. They really found themselves kind of flattened down in this kind of level of play. They never got the same increase or the same rapid exponential growth that we saw from Wake Young. So that could go back to just the team existing longer, having stronger communication, or maybe just being a higher rank overall. A lot of good things for Green Level to look at, though, as they move further into the VESL Rocket League matchups. But we are, speaking of Rocket League matchups, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here as we are going to try to get our next matchup ready for you. We'll see you right back here in just a bit.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL. Alongside Septilence, I'm Stu, the announcer, and we are getting back into it. One of the Cabarrus teams, this time coming from the Northwest. They're taking on Sun Valley High School in the Metrolina Conference. And Septilence, again, we've seen a lot of a good variance of action.
Yes.
In this particular one, you know, some of them were rolls, some of them have been pretty back to forth. And again, it really just kind of to show you at this level of Rocket League, you really do have to expect just about anything because, frankly, you watch these games, we've gotten just about anything.
Yeah, we've gotten to a scenario in which we're seeing kind of a separation of goods from greats in a lot of ways. You know, this is going to be a very fundamental growth time for these players of this high school level because you're going to get to a point where you either have to kind of start playing at that collegiate level or, unfortunately, maybe not kind of continue chasing this in collegiate. So I think we've seen all levels of that roster so far. Some of the players that really could blend in with the best collegiate players I've seen, and then a lot of others, maybe, you know, maybe freshmen or sophomores, plenty of time to learn, but definitely time to learn will be needed. So looking at Cabarrus here and Sun Valley, two teams that I've seen in other esports, but not here in Rocket League. So I'm hoping that these teams can live up to the caliber and kind of fill the shoes that their other rosters need filled.
UG Shadow now going to try to bump it on for Northwest Cabarrus, and again being kept into that orange hat for quite a little bit, though now it stands in the blue with Sun Valley looking to burn bright here as the demo comes on to Luke. Well done to get a little bit of a positional advantage, but it's still kind of sitting in the blue half of things. If you're having this much trouble on 3-on-2 situations, oh my goodness, here it goes. That's a disaster situation. Easy to freeze.
Oops.
Freezes the momentum of Sun Valley and bumps it all the way out. Nobody home on defense, and Sun Valley maybe getting just a little bit too aggressive. This is why you do not overextend, Septilence.
Yeah, overextension goes a long way. You know, that double commit, that triple commit into the back line, one way or another, it's going to find you, and it's going to get you out of a point just like that. But at least Squeaky Hat finds the tie-up in an instant and puts a 1 on the board. 90 seconds gone or just shy of it, and now these teams are tied up 1-1 once again.
And it's a tough way to go about things, right? Because you're having to deal with so many things just on your own, but then all of a sudden, oh wait, I thought you were supposed to be back on defense. No, oh wait, that was me. Oh, my bad, guys. Let me just go ahead and put the sorry in the game chat, and hopefully that will be enough absolvement for the time being. But Sun Valley now having the ball in their half, no shirking of defensive responsibilities there, and almost a goal by Death Puppy. Not finding it, however, well bumped out of the way by Northwest Cabarrus, who is going to try to lock it down on defense, as we're seeing now. The demo in the middle of the goal comes just a little bit too late as the ball just sort of careens across the goal mouth and not finding its mark. And Septilence, we're seeing a pretty confident Sun Valley on the offensive side of things. As long as they're not involving 3 cars at a time, I think they could be okay.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those things that may happen early in a game number 1, but something that we're not going to be seeing a lot again. In our last series, I talked a lot about, you know, kind of the learning expectation of what being a good player can be and those micro mistakes versus the macro changes, leaving the goal open. I'm gonna hash that out as a micro mistake. I don't expect to be seeing that particularly often from the teams of clearly quite a high caliber in this high school division. Both Cabarrus and Sun Valley doing a pretty darn good job thus far. 2:15 remaining, and it's been a silent 3-ish minutes. We saw those 2 first goals come out pretty back-to-back early in the game, and now nobody's been able to score since because these teams are adapting on the fly. Another great defensive block from Cabarrus is going to keep them right into the lineup.
I mean, Cabarrus doing everything that they possibly can to give themselves an advantage, and even though the ball has been in their half, they have not exactly been bending nor breaking on the defensive side of things. Death Puppy going to try to put it into the blue half yet again, showing a little bit of showing off a little bit in the air as well to put it into the corner, but not a whole lot coming from it as Cabarrus again will be on the attack. And these Centurions from Cabarrus trying to make their mark and stand their ground, and have been doing so pretty well, although Squeaky Hat observing in the corner as Death Puppy tries to put it towards the goal yet again. Sun Valley giving them everything that they can handle and then some, as Death Puppy going to play on the ball yet again as Luque bumps it into the corner. We're seeing, again, pretty aggressive play from Sun Valley. It seems to be relatively effective. You got to think that they're going to get on the board again eventually.
Almost inevitably, right? Now, it may not happen here in game number 1. I mean, well, I guess it has to for somebody. Somebody's got to get on the board here with these 55 seconds remaining. We see Squeaky Hat, a great pass from center field, going to be boxed away immediately. Now hurtling toward their own goal. Death Puppy on the defense. Great pass into center field, disrupted by Freeze. Luque wants to pick up that value of their own, but it is just a absolute cluster out there. Nobody knows which way to look. Nobody knows where to be, and it's going to be a lot of back and forth here on the board. 35 seconds remaining. Still no real kind of earned ball control and no earned goals quite yet. Even the slow roll in just barely away. But Death Puppy, with 28 seconds left, will emerge victorious.
Absolute misstep from Northwest Cabarrus, because we saw it kind of creeping into the goal, and then I don't want to name the poor fella. That's rough. It's one of those things. Again, you want to talk about micro mistakes versus the macro. That's a pretty big one. Like, if you leave the goal open, that's one thing. You had 3 of them close to the goal, and 1 of them put it in.
I mean, it really do be like that sometimes, you know? There's just those opportunities where you're playing an aggressive offense, you have ball control, there's an awkward hit in the middle, fully, you've lost ball control, and your goal's wide open, and I think Sun Valley just did a great job capitalizing on that, and without a near miracle shot here from Cabarrus, I think it will be a game 1 ender in favor of Sun Valley. Not over quite yet, but there is that final buzzer. Sun Valley winning game number 1 in a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and you saw it. It was well done on the side of Sun Valley. Again, pretty evenly distributed offense. We did see a lot of that aggression coming out for Death Puppy. 5 shots on goal will give you that for certain. But again, you know, everyone just kind of rotating in and out. No one at a relatively set position. Although you do kind of see relatively defined roles from Sun Valley, even considering that, as Northwest Cabarrus right now going in at a 1-0 deficit. Easy Freeze, we saw a lot of effort on their part. 4 shots, 4 saves, and gets the sole goal for Northwest Cabarrus. But yeah, again, it can't just run through one person. Even though you saw loot plays and UG Shadow contributing, maybe not to the extent that that you would like. Although you set up Easy Freeze decently enough for that 1 goal, but there needs to be more.
There's got to be more than the one, right? I think you're totally onto something there with that statement of like just the existing, like, okay, that goal works, but we've got to do that more than once a game. Very rarely are we going to win with just a single point to our name. So all things considered, I think there could be some versatility on the side of Cabarrus. They've got a lot of strong plays coming out, but unfortunately the lineup just isn't to the level of value that they've been looking for. But on the bright side, it's game 1, so this team has a lot of time, games 2 and 3 at least, to try and adapt, improvise, and overcome.
And I do kind of wonder how much that last goal will affect the confidence of Easy to Freeze, because I think that was off of his car that the goal from Death Puppy went in all the way across the pitch. Death Puppy is going to get one the proper way this time. Bumps it in off of their own car, and it goes untouched into the blue net that time. Loot plays and UG Shadow just missing on it, and that's Death Puppy splitting the difference. If y'all don't want to communicate, then I'll be happy to talk to you. It's 1-0.
Sun Valley up once again. So if you're on the side of Cabarrus, I think you're entering a territory in which you are starting to have that internal struggle of the mental boom, right? You know, it's just got to be a GG go next. You're down by 1 early in game number 2, but you cannot let it shake you. You have to emerge victorious. You have to keep fighting until the bitter end, because that 1 point is not enough to send you home. They've got to win this game and a 1 additional. So there's more than enough time for Cabarrus to play each goal as it comes. Just 1 game, 1 minute at a time. Squeaky Hat, though, 2nd goal of the game.
Yeah, that's Death Puppy again putting it on, but Squeaky Hat, it's just like it was in the last game. Both Squeaky Hat and Death Puppy getting on these goals and piling it on now for Sun Valley. Northwest Cabarrus cannot be getting into their own head. They cannot afford to. They do not have the time to do it. Easy to Freeze, trying to put it on net just wide. as Death Puppy is going to clear is going to be Luke now, who we have not talked about much, but has an assist on the game and actually did quite well for themselves on the offensive side of things, considering they did not get on the board in that game one. It's again, when we're talking about full team efforts, it's Luke out here kind of doing the dirty work, because you have those skill players, you know, the Austin Matthews, the Mitch Marners. Well, guess what? Sometimes you just got to get a Matthew Nyes in there to kind of clear out the dance floor so that those two can strut their stuff. Beautiful stuff from Squeaky Hat. And again, you're talking about unsung heroes. You're talking about people who are willing to do the work. Luke doing a lot off of the ball so that Death Puppy can bump it on, and Squeaky Hat can dump it in. 3-0 Sun Valley.
A really good show up for Sun Valley. Just 90 seconds into the game, they're already up by 3. So we're staring one of those scenarios in the face of, unless Cabarrus really starts to show up and show off, scoring 1 or 2 times in the next minute, that this game may be a bit of a washer, and they may have to go into game number 3 down by 2. It's not impossible for them to find a victory here, but at this point, I hate to say it, may be improbable.
Because, and I can see why you would say that, honestly, Septilis, because you're seeing, okay, Northwest Cabarrus, they're getting shots. They're getting chances, but how threatening are they? Because we're seeing Death Puppy, who, again, you know, as much as we've been talking about the offensive side of things, not neglecting the defensive duties by any stretch of the imagination, nor is Squeaky Hat trying to clear things out, though it is intercepted there by Loot Plays, I believe it was. We're seeing the ability to put balls on net. We're not really seeing the ability to threaten quite yet.
Sure.
Or at least not on a consistent basis. We're getting I think that was a flip reset from Easy to Freeze, and almost got themselves a goal as a result of it.
Nearly a goal.
No. Oh no.
Could have been colossal, but unfortunately just not going to be what we're looking for quite yet. Sun Valley's now 4th goal on the board, 2:16 remaining, and I believe they've definitely got game 2 in their pocket. I hate to say it so early, but we're looking at 1 goal per 30-ish seconds, and when you look at the statistics of the last time we saw a goal from Cabarrus, that was back in the beginning of game number 1, so we are approaching an 8 or 9 minute goal drought from the side of Northwest Cabarrus. Something definitely has to change here, Stu, because if not, I believe Sun Valley will find a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, Easy to Freeze is trying to do this by himself now, and it's getting bodied by the 2 cars that are hanging back for Sun Valley as we go below the 2-minute mark. It's a rough state of affairs because you can't do it by yourself, especially not against a team like Sun Valley, who has demonstrated the ability to cooperate and shown some pretty quality team play, all things considered. And Luke, even though it wasn't exactly a traditional goal, in the sense that, yeah, it shot it and it went in without it being obstructed, it did definitely go in off of a Northwest Cabarrus player. But at the same time, it's a goal well earned, and something that we've been seeing from Luke is the ability to do the work, and at the very least, just kind of, if you put it towards the net, something good is bound to happen at some point. And indeed, the blessings shining down upon Luke in that particular instance, as you're just going to go about it here and knocks it on just off the post. Almost had himself a second as we go just past the 1-minute mark. Luke sending a warning shot. You're already up 4-0.
He said, hey, we don't even need it. He said, this is all about the Showboat Brigade right now. And right now, Sun Valley are up 4-0. So this game is 99% going to be theirs in a scenario like this. It's going to be 1 goal per 10 seconds right now from the side of Northwest Cabarrus. So I think we can all agree that would be a pretty darn goal to meet across the board. 37 seconds here now on the clock. And even this goal, maybe it's good for the Lions' share of momentum on the side of Cabarrus, but it's not going to be enough. 1 per 10, still the expectation.
The one time that he was able to do it himself, and just like that, you are within 3 with 35 seconds remaining. So, Easy to Freeze, it was a nice goal, though. You got to admit.
No, I mean, yeah, it was absolutely a nice goal, and I think we are in that scenario where, you know, I think that goal was found not due to the play of Northwest Cabarrus, but the lack thereof from Sun Valley. They left their goal wide open. They weren't able to get in the way in time, so it was a free goal, an open net for Cabarrus. So they missed that. That would have been more problematic than them finding the goal. So I think across the board, this team definitely is able to find some star-studded moments. But once again, the same story we told back in game number 1 prevails here in game number 2 of you cannot just be scoring once a game. You've got to be making these plays more consistently if you want to find success.
Looking for the upper 90 yet again. Almost found it. The ball is going to find the back of the net yet again. And Death Puppy going to put the nail in this one formally. And it will be by a score of 5-1 as the clock reads 0. Death Puppy, you know what? It's stat padding for sure. But at the same time, stop him from doing it.
Gotta try to stop the bleeding in any way you can, and unfortunately right now there's a lot of blood on the battlefield in a time like this. We're hoping to see if Sun Valley is going to bring that level of dominance again into Game 3, if Northwest Cabarrus can use this little break here to try and decide what exactly needs to change for this team to find success, because right now it's gotta be something.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. It just seems like they're neutralizing Easy to Freeze well enough. They know exactly what they need to do. They've identified the point of threat. Easy to Freeze is kind of the head of this team, and if you cut the head off, what else is the body going to do?
Sure.
So Sun Valley is doing a good job keeping those two cars back. At the same time, it doesn't even need to be necessarily any two specific cars. You can have Luke at Death Puppy, or Death Puppy and Squeaky Hat, or just whatever. It doesn't matter as long as you're not neglecting the goal. 2v1 is always going to be in the advantage of the two.
Sure,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, like if Easy to Freeze doesn't have anyone joining them on offense, then your offense is going to be for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be one of those scenarios where you're going to have to make it worthwhile, because the best defense in this game is a good offense after all. And fingers crossed, we're going to be seeing a bit more of an offense from Cabarrus, but similarly to our second series of the day, back when we saw I believe it was our first, Monroe versus Hickory. Monroe really just never had to play defense. They were hard offense the entire time, and that was exactly what gave them the victory they needed, or the opportunity to win that they were looking for. I think Cabarrus is in a similar boat as our friends at Hickory, and I'd love to see that story change a little bit, because right now they find themselves back against the wall, unable to play a strong offense.
Yeah, it's just not enough cooperation between the three individuals on that team, and it is a good individual effort by Easy to Freeze. Has a few goals in their locker to show for it.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, Sun Valley, it's everyone getting involved and everyone kind of pitching in for their part. But what else are you going to do when you get demoed? You just got to sit and watch as Death Puppy brings it on up towards the goal mouth. UG Shadow is able to stop it for a little bit. Luke plays as well, but eventually the torrent does not stop. You can't fight the whole ocean. And Luke looking to drown out Northwest Cabarrus once and for all. It's 1-0 Sun Valley with 4:05 left to play in this Game 3. Plenty of time.
80% of the game.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But you're talking about what you've seen from Northwest Cabarrus thus far. I remain unconvinced.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
I
think statistically we are looking at a scenario where Cabarrus may not be able to put a victory down on the board. Every goal they've found thus far, as I said earlier, was very reactive, very opportunistic. And I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. But I do think it's difficult to succeed on that level of play. I think they need to have either a bit more communication as a team, or perhaps it's something about, the coordination of play styles that they want to bring to the table, who they want to be that front striker, etc., etc. There's dozens of things that it could be. But right now, Cabarrus has to change up something, because they do feel like they've been a little bit caught out, indecisive on the plays that they would like to make.
It's just like in basketball. You don't live off of the three-pointer. You die off of the three-pointer.
Sure.
Like, that's just what it is. It's very high risk, high reward. So if you're sitting back and counterpunching all the time, sure, it can work. But there is a law of diminishing returns in terms of numbers that you can put by the goal. We saw that demonstrated in the last game, in fact, where there were 3 people by the net, and one of them put the ball in for the other team. And 2, you have a situation where you can't just sit back and let the game come to you, because the game's been coming to you for this entire time, and you've been getting basically just walked through the park. As a result of it, as Death Puppy is going to try to put another one in the net for Sun Valley, it's been primarily in the blue half of the field. Northwest Cabarrus needs to do something, and it needs to be someone other than Easy to Freeze to do it, to really take initiative to make that happen.
Initiative definitely feels like it has been the name of the game thus far. And Easy2 Freeze, excuse me, is going to find a goal on the board for Northwest Cabarrus. First time in a long time we've seen this opportunity strike, and it's just 220 rising on the board. This is the first time they've scored nearly over 10 full minutes, I believe. Never too late to strike back with half the game number 3 remaining.
I mean, it was a very good individual effort by Easy2 Freeze. And again, it's good to know that you have that in your pocket when you need it, right? Like, it's certainly not a bad thing to have. But Easy2 Freeze is going to get demoed yet again, looking for some teammates as Luke plays. Going to try to put it on net, but it is cleared away without a second thought. Luke trying to clear on a little bit more. Squeaky Hat looking for a goal, an additional goal to put in their locker. Did not find it there, but Death Puppy going to try to give it to him at the very least as Luke plays. Again, just sort of knocking the ball on a bit at a time and not really finding the target all that much until Death Puppy decides to put an end to all that. And who else is it setting it up but Luke? We were talking about people who were getting on the score sheet. A little bit of an assist from Squeaky Hat as well. And again, we're talking about full team efforts.
Yeah.
It's one team is always going to beat 3 individuals, and we're seeing that in spades from Sun Valley. Well blocked off by Easy2 Freeze on the goal mouth, but there's only so much you can do in the face of what Squeaky Hat and Sun Valley are bringing to the table.
Yeah, Luke really doing a great job being just the third man when the team needs them to be, not ever kind of popping up in the scoreboard, not really ever finding those demolitions or those huge goals, but just constantly finding those proper passes and plays that give the team the success that they're looking for, something that a lot of players aren't able to do easily, and I think Luke doing a really great job of it so far. Sun Valley just getting to slam those final nails into the coffin, however, and with 84 seconds left, they are really finding themselves in a good position to walk away with a 3-0 victory.
I mean, you just got to put it away. That's what you need to do. And we're seeing from Sun Valley, again, total team effort. That's it's the best way to describe it. And I keep going back to that phrase because it's the one that seems to fit the most semblance.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we've got a pretty scripted story here from the side of Sun Valley. Things were a little bit rough for Northwest Cabarrus. They found at least 1 goal per game thus far, 1 goal every game. And on the side of Sun Valley, they're sitting at 12 points already across the series. So this is a team that really came in the showboat early, show that they're going to be dominant here for the rest of their matchups in the following weeks. And Squeaky Hat with another coast-to-coast goal, all about sending a message.
Man, when it goes your way, it goes your way. And it is, Shadow kind of felt like he was all at sea there. Not really sure what to say about these sorts of things. It's maybe a little bit more caution on defense, because we were talking that up about Sun Valley maybe getting caught out just a little bit, and you were exactly right. Like, okay, we didn't have our defensive assignment. We got to settle down, and we got to make sure that it's being taken care of. And even though, like, the offense has been kind of has been torrential on the part of Sun Valley, just beaming down with no shelter in sight. I mean, they have not neglected their duties on the back end of things. It's been a very good all-around showing, especially on the defensive side of things, where you've shut down the one guy who's threatened the entire game, and the rest of the other 2 players, as capable as they may be, have been rendered non-factors.
Yeah, completely rendered out of the equation here makes it difficult. But Sun Valley, this is definitely, I think I mentioned this either, I don't know, the series are definitely blurring together for me. But at some point today, I brought the fact that we're going to be seeing some players that are going to be around that college level of play, and some who are going to be kind of in that adaptation scenario. At Sun Valley right now, at least when their opponent is Northwest Cabarrus, I really think they are starting to show that higher level of prowess. These are players that I would be eager to have kind of come play for my team if I was putting a team together. So I wonder, if people are going to be scouting out these teams or rosters or programs, but maybe Sun Valley, when they're put up against a team like Monroe High School, would perform differently as well. It's all about who the opponent is, right? Especially when it's the first time that we're seeing a team.
And I know maybe it's a little foolish to compare the professional game to high school level, but there are parallels, obviously. Rocket League is Rocket League at the end of the day, as the ball is going to be bumped into the corner, looking for one last goal for good measure, and is going to find it, and of course it's going to be Luke that's supportive. Not exactly a third wheel, but it is just a tricycle of doom that Sun Valley is riding into their next game. and they will do so at a scoreline of 8-1. Well done
Wow.
for Sun Valley, and you'll see those stat lines right there. It's again, even the least effective player by score was greater than easy to freeze in that one. But again, you're just fighting the ocean pretty much if you're easy to freeze. Just an unending deluge of shots, 15 in all from Sun Valley. And I go back to the comparison to professional Rocket League, a very specific example. I think back to when Squishy was kind of the face of Cloud9 Rocket League, and this is a couple of years back, admittedly.
Sure.
But when Squishy was kind of the guy and was the face of that team, and then what happened? Gets signed to NRG, defending world champions.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh my gosh, they're going to be a powerhouse now. They're like, the offense is never going to end. But what does Squishy do? Kind of sits back, takes a back seat, and lets Justin take over as kind of the main guy. He really was the face of that franchise. But no one really thought. I mean, if you thought that Squishy had fallen off, was not the case. Playing a very effective game, was fully capable of doing everything that he needed to do. It's just kind of playing a more supportive role. And that really just goes to show I can see someone like Easy to Freeze maybe doing that for a college team. Like tasked with being you're tasked with being the guy for Northwest Caribus, but you can't do it all by yourself. No man is an island. You all of a sudden put him in that supportive role on another team. All of a sudden they get taken to another level. So a little bit of encouragement for Easy to Freeze for that one. But Sun Valley, you're talking about a real good unit who have clearly defined roles, but also can do just about everything that you asked them to.
Yeah, without a doubt. Things are looking strong here for the side of Sun Valley. Northwest Cavares, they've got a little bit to work on, but just like you, Stu, I'm excited to see how they look later down the line. And speaking of later down the line, we've got, I think, several more Rocket League series coming at you in just a couple of minutes here. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We're going to get our next series ready. We'll be right back here with some more VESL Rocket League in just a bit.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL. Alongside Septilence, I am Stu, the announcer. You already know what it is. Friday night, hanging it down here on YouTube, and we have got Noble Academy versus the North Carolina Cyber Academy facing off against each other. And Septilence, again, seeing all kinds of things. This time, we're headed over to the Indy Conference.
Oh my goodness, I forgot I muted in VMix, guys. I was just... What's going on, everybody? We're back. We got Noble versus NC Cyber Academy. We're feeling good. I think these are two teams I have not seen before. If I have seen you teams, sorry in advance for that little mistake. But the names, as I'm looking, I don't scream super familiar. So I feel more confident these are both going to be brand new teams to me.
Yeah, it's all good. And now that we have the NC Cyber Academy on the pitch, have to see what DXRK, Red X, and YMG can bring to the table. So, in the meantime, Guy, Gray, and Nate for Noble hanging in the blue side of things for the most part, as NC Cyber Academy trying to get their feet wet in this one early on. But again, Guy trying to prevent that from happening. Certainly, what we want to see from Noble Academy.
A minute already come and gone here in this timeline. We're looking to see if Noble can put that goal down, but it's actually going to be Dark who tries to find one of their own for NC Cyber Academy.
Yeah, I'm not really... So, just out of curiosity, what is it that you're looking for in particular from these two teams? Because you said relatively unfamiliar. When you see two teams that are unfamiliar, what are the telltale signs that you're looking for like quality, like teams that can make a deep run?
Yeah, so teams of quality, the number one thing that I look for is passing plays, team plays, right? Any team can have one player come in and go for goals of their own, but for somebody to come in, have a passing partner, have a demolitions, have a boost partner, kind of have that just clear communication, especially at a high school level, just screams that this team has a lot of great value and a lot of great communication that we could be working with. Another thing I look for, of course, is how game one is handled. If we see game one, turn into like a 9-1 or a 12-0, and clearly we're going to be seeing a team that's a lot more advantageous in this scenario. But if we get a game one, as we've seen with, I believe, every game one today, separated by just 1 point, maybe 2 points, that goes to show that these teams, whatever caliber it may be, are at a similar caliber of play.
Yeah, with maybe one exception or so, but even the way DXRK taking full advantage, and sometimes it's about your positioning. And Red X with doing well with the bump on, and just misplayed a little bit. You see, and that's never a good sign when you see those three cars all on the same side, realizing that something is wrong. And when three teammates see that something is wrong, that means that none of them are doing something right. So that is another goal being put on the board, this time for Gray for President, making up for it almost immediately off of the face-off. Well bumped on. DXRK, the goal scorer from last time out, was not able to get the tip of their car on top of it. Great for President, a very good individual play, just kind of bumped on over and tapped on in.
A bit of that tap goes a long ways. We're tied up 1-1. As I said, a game that I expect to be pretty neck and neck, back and forth here early, at least in this game one matchup. And that is certainly what we're going to be seeing here. Half the game has already come and gone, so we enter the Rocket League light territory, as it's going to be just half the game remaining. We're essentially at a 0-0 scoreline. And the next goal, I think, will absolutely dictate which one of these teams is going to start taking a more aggressive advantage.
Get you a girl that loves you as much as Septilence loves Rocket League Light, because
real,
that is
I love it.
Hey, you know what?
I wish it was a game mode.
It's a good time. This is where you see teams really going at it. They're scrapping like rats in an outhouse. You gotta. There are some good times to be had on a Friday night when you're playing some Rocket League Light. So, getting tapped on now in the NC Cyber Academy half of things. They're trying to clear it out as Noble looking for another goal. Great for President. Man, just a danger in the air is Gray. Nothing shady about that, as Guy's going to make a defensive play on the Noble Academy side of things. NC Cyber Academy looking for these more quick hits than anything else. DXRK had to prevent some tragedy from happening. Looks to put it on goal just wide. of that left post. As again, you're talking about back and forth. I'm starting to come around to what you're saying about Rocket League Lights, Septilence.
It really turns into a brand new game. It's a different scenario, all things considered. The gloves are off. You're running out of time. You're tied up. Nobody has a comfortable lead or an advantage state. So you've got to make a lot of, dare I say, somewhat reckless choices. You've got to put yourself in a scenario where you may find a disadvantage, but you go in for those riskier plays just like that, and it will be working wonders. Dark is going to be able to emerge victorious there and put a second point down and out on the board for the side of NC Cyber Academy.
Yeah, I don't know why it just occurred to me that it might be Dark, but that makes sense. Either way, yeah, it's Dark shedding a little bit of light on this one as we have just over a minute remaining. Gray on the defensive side of things now, but there's only so much you can do as one person. Red X Dark Wolves. That is okay. Maybe I'm showing my age a little bit. That's an instant messenger name if I've ever seen it. I'm just gonna put that out there. It's like. We've seen Red X Dark Wolves and Death Puppy. They were definitely in the same chat room at some point in 1998. And there's now we are at 1 minute remaining, and I'm just gonna go ahead and reminisce about Instant Messenger, unless you want to cut me off, Seth. So.
No, hey, I mean, you were talking about something that was no longer relevant by the time I was born, so I was going to let you kind of have that moment a little bit, because I don't know a lot about that, but 40 seconds now on the clock. NC Cyber Academy still up by 2 goals, and this is what I expected, right? I mentioned, if a team does take that 2-goal lead in game number 1, that we tend to see how it can be beneficial for that team. I suspect now, statistically, we expect Cyber Academy to be the victors of this series. Now, is it a bold claim to make off of game 1? Yeah, duh, of course. But that's why statistics are wrong 80% of the time. You know what else is true? I made that up and you all believed me. NC Cyber Academy, 3-1 on the board here. They have a chance to win game 1 pretty confidently, but that's the beauty of Rocket League. That's one of my favorite things about the game. Every single game is a brand new game. You are wiping the slate clean at 0-0, and you can start over from the very beginning. Hopeful to see if Noble Academy can pull it out in game number 2, but game number 1 goes to NC Cyber Academy.
Yeah, the ball will fall, and that is all. NC Cyber Academy doing well to get that game 1 victory. And you saw the willingness to kind of show off a little bit as well as Dark. I mean, you got the scoreline to show it, don't get me wrong. And the 2 goals, 6 shots, 3 saves to boot. So it's not like they're neglecting any particular side of the ball, but the willingness to show off at the end. You saw him going for the flip reset. I think he wound up getting it. Just did not quite get the results, as there was a defensive play made on the ball there. I want to say it was by Guy, but don't quote me on that. Either way, just a lot of work to be done on defense for Noble Academy. Been spending a lot of time in that zone, more than they would have liked for certain, as we are looking at potential areas of improvement, maybe getting Nate more involved in that game, as seemed to be more of a defensive player for certain, but also just not really being found on offense either.
Yeah,
just
sure.
you need to have everyone involved. It's a 3-man game, and as we're seeing Minty now trying to establish themselves as a presence in this one. Did well for themselves, all things considered. We saw goals by their 2 teammates. I mean, what's the real difference when you're looking at a support player in
location.
Rocket League?
Location, 100% of the time. And, are they going to be in the back goal where they need to be? Are they trying to fill that back shoe kind of role, or instead are they trying to be a front line, or they're going for demolition so that you can make space to be successful? It all depends on the intention of the player and where they can put it in terms of being a powerful player. So right now, I think if we're looking to see, let's say hypothetically we're looking at Guy 128 being the striker for the side of Noble Academy. If it's up to Nate Man to be that 3rd man, we're going to be looking in the back line where they're going to be playing a hard goalie. But if they want to enable Guy and put them into a better position, then we see Dark Fangirl in goalie position and Nate Man going up with Guy to find demolitions and passes to success. It all matters on what you want to see from kind of player A in regards to what they're going to be bringing to the table here and what player B needs to be doing for them.
There's no shot this is Dark Fangirl. There's no way. I need to see a team sheet. We're going to continue on here, and you saw again, it was pretty decent individual efforts from Noble Academy. They're on through that game, but we're seeing Nate Man sort of playing in that goalie position. there's only so much you can do when you're more than happy to demonstrate, hey, guy, if you want to stand there, that means you're watching. And that's more than fine with me because I love me an audience. The two players in pursuit were not able to catch anything on that shot. And now we are going to the face-off in the middle with NC Cyber Academy in familiar territory in the lead in this one, 1-0 with 3 minutes to play.
3 minutes on the board here, so NC Cyber Academy, they're feeling confident about the advantage.
Dark Wolves is doing a decent job of shutting things down at the very least in the orange end of things, as Guy seems to be kind of on his lonesome there.
That shutdown could be detrimental against Noble Academy, who here in game number 2 have only scored 1 point, and that was back in game number 1. So this series thus far has been a somewhat quiet one for Noble Academy, and NC Cyber Academy looking for their time to strike could be colossal in terms of the value that they are looking for as a team. We're looking to see if they can find some value up here on the board one way or another. They're going to try to find a victory against NC Cyber Academy, but with only 105 seconds left here, Stu, they're running out of time to try and do that.
I mean, Dark Fangirl, at the very least, possessing the ball, bumping it on. However, it's going to be Dark. Oh, man, it's always your fans, isn't it? Who has to stop that particular offensive measure. Nate Man going to have a save on their docket at the very least. But again, sort of being kept in the blue half of things, as Dark has been proven to be a presence on both the offensive and defensive sides of the ball. Good clearance now by Dark to put it in the midfield where Dark Fangirl is able to meet it. But again, just you want to defend, you do it by possession. And Guy is going to try to take a little bit of those principles and apply it for Noble Academy. But that shot by Dark Fangirl is going to go just above and hits the crossbar again. Guy is there to clean it up. Dark Fangirl was almost in position to rue not 1 but 2 missed goals before Guy eventually puts it on the board. I think Dark Fangirl will suffice with with having the assist, but goodness me, did Guy help clean that up for Noble Academy. They left it a little late with under a minute to play, but they got on the board, and we're drawn up at 1 apiece.
Listen, I'll be the first to say, maybe you are that guy, pal. I mean, that was a really good scenario to open up there, put Noble Academy right back into the fray of things. I'm a firm believer in all aspects of life. Better late than never. It comes in late, but holy cow, does it make a colossal difference for Noble. It puts them right back into the mix of things. With 30 seconds left on the clock, we have to wait and see if that value continues for the team, or if instead they may get taken out here in a possible overtime scenario, if overtime even happens. A shame to see a late goal come out from NC Cyber Academy if you're a Noble Academy fan, but with 22 seconds left, there's still the possibility of being able to shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Red Dark Wolves, is the contributions that they've made is a pretty good number 2, like the Pippin to Dark's Jordan, right? Like,
sure.
Because we've been talking a lot about Dark in this game, and for good reason. But at the same time, it's been a lot of setup play. It's been a lot of clearing out of cars. It's been a lot of baiting out opportunities as Dark is going to charge on yet again. Playing at an SSL level, by the way, not bad at all for someone who is in their freshman year. So, yeah, this is Dark. Mr. Leland Arce doing work for him as NC Cyber Academy going to go up by a score of 2-0. Dark Fangirl, genuinely curious as to who that might be. So I'm not sure if that's if that was Gray just changing their name or what, but I mean we gotta know. Like we gotta figure out what this is, because I'm just kind of freaked out at this point.
Yeah, we have seen some very, very powerful performances from the side of NC Cyber Academy. Noble Academy had a glimpse of hope, but I think it was one of those scenarios where by the time they got warmed up, there wasn't really enough time to act, and that makes it really difficult to be in the shoes of the losing team. So fingers crossed that we see a bit of a louder performance from Noble Academy as we go for what I continue referencing, that GG Go Next entrance into game number 3. We reset back to 0-0, 5 minutes back on the clock, and both these teams desperate to try and find a win, because NC Cyber Academy could wrap things up right here, right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing now, because again, into the orange half of things. Noble Academy trying to take initiative, but it got almost all of Guy's boost in order to do it, and is going to be on the aggression and certainly gets it there. You know, when you smell blood in the water, sometimes you just gotta attack, and Guy, first shot misses, the second does not. Admittedly, a bit hard to miss from that range, but you gotta be there in order to get it. Guy earns that one and puts Noble Academy in the lead for the first time today, but right off of the face-off, YMG Minty with the goal and the rare immediate bump from the face-off into the goal from the side. You caught him napping. Do not sleep on Minty.
I mean, what a 3-second goal, if even. Just lightning speed on that performance. Absolutely stellar turnaround from NC Cyber Academy. They've put themselves into a very, very good position as we continue moving into game number 3. Already up by 1. 3 points on the board in 29 seconds. My goodness, that is 1 goal every 10 seconds right now.
You want to catch me with that? Then I will catch you right back. Goodness gracious.
He said double it and give it to somebody else.
Hey, talking about Supersonic Legends, Dark is on that level and playing at a pretty decent pace. And you talked about getting it bumped on. Red Dragon, Dark Wolves doing just everything except get on the goal sheet. Thus far, almost put into the net by Nate Man there. That would have been a goal for Dark Wolves, I believe. But got that rabbit just kind of hanging out on the top of that car. That is a dangerous place to be. But then again, the goal mouth of Noble Academy was looking dangerous for about 30 seconds. And just when Noble Academy thought they had an advantage, NC Cyber comes back with 2. I mean, that's the kind of response that you want from a potential champion's excellence.
Yeah, without a doubt. You need that top dog immediate level response here. The reaction time needs to be near perfect because this is a game separated by milliseconds at certain times. So we are waiting to see if these teams continue to bring that level of aggression to the table or if they are going to get burnt out, because we do see that player burnout very, very often.
Oh, and that was Guy looking for an opportunity, but bumped it on just a little too fast. The pace of the ball, too much for Guy to handle, and that's the danger that you see from Noble Academy's attack. It's Guy really trying to do things by himself, and then getting caught out without any boost in pursuit of that goal. And even though it worked in catching out NC Cyber Academy a couple of times in this game, right? It's just not enough to. You don't really get to live off of that. You know, you will go hungry at some point. Eventually, Dark Wolves is going to get onto the board. And it was well set up by Minty, who, again, we have not really talked about all that much, but is doing just enough to set up their teammates. Dark Wolves going to get onto the board eventually. And Minty, the first goal scorer for NC Cyber Academy, the one that drew this game up at 1, is going to get an assist for it.
Hey, it's going to be a good opportunity here to keep things just a little bit more in the realm of possibility. We've got half the game remaining, but NC Cyber Academy are still up by 2. So Noble Academy, they need to find that opening space. They need to get the value that they so desperately want, because if they lose this game, then unfortunately that will be the end of this series. We will have only 2 left this evening. So we're trying to find anything. I think we've had 1 game go to game 4, and everything else has been a 3-0.
Yeah, just about. And, I mean, it does kind of feel unfair to call this just like every other 3-0. Noble Academy
very true. Very, very true.
Yeah, they've been playing well, and it seems like, oh, that's such like a scrub smasher thing to say. Oh, yeah, it was 2-0, but it was close, though. Like, you know, hang on, let me just put 2-0 close, though, on the score sheet. Like, no, it's at the same time, you watch these games, and it does kind of seem to play out. And Nate Man, not neglecting the defensive responsibilities at all, might need to do some work on the offensive side of things to make themselves more of a threat and maybe make Noble Academy a more well-rounded team, because that's what we're seeing from NC Cyber Academy, is that everyone kind of has their role. Everyone is kind of doing everything. And even though some players are, clearly at a level above some of their teammates, at the same time, they're utilizing that to make their team better.
Yeah.
And how they're able to do that is kind of dictating the way that a lot of these games are going, Seth.
Yeah, indubitably so. I think you bring up a really good point there. Of certain players are kind of hitting a higher skill ceiling, if you will, and that's allowing them to really dictate or control the pace of play that we're getting the chance to see today here at VESL GG Rocket League. 60 seconds left on the clock, and we may be saying GG again in just a couple of seconds here, unless Noble Academy finds 1 goal per 30 seconds. It's a tough ask for sure, Stu, but it's not impossible. We've seen it done many a time before.
I mean, we saw 2 goals in 30 from NC Cyber Academy. Yep. It will be on Noble to match that pace as Dark puts it into the blue half yet again. Nate Man, this time clearing it on and looking for Dark Fangirl, I think it was, over the top. Not quite finding the mark as they will put it on towards the goal mouth, and it is eventually bumped in by Guy 128. Guy, again, being the reliable source for those goals, and did it without a whole lot of boost that time. Saved it for when you needed it, and then you found the goal mouth, and eventually the net. 2-3 is the score right now. NC Cyber Academy still standing to win this one, and looking to put it away was Dark, but not finding it just yet, as it was bumped away by, I think, Dark Fangirl. Again, it's your fans that do you the worst sometimes. And again, it is blocked off, but it is eventually put in. I think that was off of the body, unfortunately, of one of the Noble Academy players, but it is Minty who would eventually touch it on. Oh, I think the boost did Guy in there. Unfortunate for Noble Academy. With 11 seconds left to play, 4-2 for NC Cyber.
A very scary position to be in. You know, you've got to score literally right now or it's going to be over. And I hate to say that, unfortunately, it may be over in just a moment here. NC Cyber Academy will be emerging victorious here. Once again, they find themselves in a 3-0 position over their opponents on the side of Noble Academy. A close race, like you said, but unfortunately close, just not going to cut it. We needed to find a bit more, or maybe a louder victory here for Noble. They keep it close, but maybe next time could be the time for them.
And it makes you wonder, I mean, if Noble Academy is maybe able to play the physical game just a little bit more. NC Cyber Academy was doing a good job of keeping themselves active, making themselves hard to hit for certain. But at the same time, you know, you can only do so much just kind of on the defensive side of things. If you are Nate Man, if you are Dark Fangirl, you have to start playing a little bit more physically. Dark Fangirl did get that one demo, but again, the movement of NC Cyber Academy is just so clean. They're focused on the ball. They're doing everything that they possibly can to put the ball in the net and to make chances for themselves, dangerous chances for themselves. And they wind up coming out with a 3-0 victory as a result of it. And Minty finally getting their flowers, 2 goals on the game. One of them, of course, being bumped in by Guy, unfortunately. But still, it's nice to have the support players get their shine every now and then.
Without a doubt. And, you know, we spent a lot of this series talking about players that are of the higher echelon, of the higher tier of these high school Rocket League players. We're actually, in just a couple of minutes, going to get the chance to watch 2 teams that I'm significantly more familiar with. We've got Olympic versus Palisades, 2 teams that qualified for VESL stage, 2 very talented rosters. We're going to get the chance to dissect and deconstruct and watch them play their game in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL alongside Septilence. I am Stu, the announcer, and we have one more match to go. And what a main event that we have for the people here, Septilence, Olympic versus Palisades. And this is something that we have seen these teams before here at VESL, and Septilence familiarity, not necessarily breeding contempt, because we happen to like watching these two teams.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Palisades and Olympic are both going to be really recognizable rosters. Olympic in particular, they find themselves with the, I believe, starting roster going to be Dabine, Electric Bubble, and Pokemon is Nice, who is a wild card, no pun intended. We have not seen that player thus far, but they've got a good opinion on Pokemon, so I'm hoping they do pretty darn well, and we believe the Palisades starting roster will be the GOAT Mixel or MXL, not sure which. It's the boy CJ and Need Zummy, with the possibility of Zeppelin being that third player instead. So these teams could be coming through large and in charge, but one of them obviously, as Rocket League dictates, somebody's got to win here, Stu. So I'm eager to see which team it's going to be.
I mean, hey, two teams enter, one team leads. This what happens in the Thunderdome. So we are going to get at it, and yeah, it's a pretty good opinion on Pokemon. I will give it that. I was playing. I may or may not have been playing Pokemon Coliseum. Oh my goodness! But Dabine showing absolutely no regard for anyone else's opinions, going to put Olympic on the board 5 seconds in. Not sure if Pokemon is Nice had the assist on that, but what else are you going to say? The man has a Brazil flag and a burger. What are you going to tell that man? You ain't going to tell him nothing. He's going to get that goal no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to tell him, but you sure as heck ain't stopping him. That part is clear. My goodness, a dominant performance out from Olympic early. I believe it was just 5 or 7 seconds into the matchup coming through, so we're seeing if Olympic can keep that energy up. Was it a lucky goal early? Is Palisades going to be slipping just a wee bit as the story begins, or is there plenty of time to turn things around? Only one way to find out, my friends, and that's to continue watching this break and neck series. Bubble goes in for a strike of their own. Pokemon is Nice. It's a great pass towards center field. Not able to find the lineup. A great spike down from Olympic into the clutches of the Palisades, though. Zummy takes it away. A possible tee up. Great crossbar. Nobody's there to catch it, though. And it falls silent.
It's a team of primarily upperclassmen playing for Olympics, so maybe experience is the determining factor here. But now we have Bubble just kind of looking out for the ball. Dabine is going to clear it out for Olympic, and the ball is kind of remaining in the blue half of the pitch for the most part. Palisades trying to stay on the aggressive, but is not quite there. So I mean, the bombardment of offense now from Palisades, keeping it trying to keep things level, trying to keep things more in control, all things considered. But as we're seeing a lot of balls getting missed, Need Zummy maybe getting tagged up a little bit and not finding the mark. I don't know. I'm seeing Olympic. They're bending but not breaking. They're not necessarily panicking. I'm not really sure of Palisades. They're gonna find it eventually, I would think, right? But to what extent are they able to leverage this particular offense? Like, to what level of effect?
Yeah, and I do want to note this is a scenario, again, we're looking at game 1 of 5, and I think when you do hit a scenario kind of where we're at with these teams in terms of caliber of play, that game 1, as I mentioned earlier, will typically be somewhat slower. It's not really going to give a strong dictation of which team or player is going to win, unless, of course, we're seeing somebody win by a million points. But that's certainly not the case thus far. We've got half the game remaining, and still these teams standing steadfast. Palisades, they're on the offense again, forced into a defensive position immediately, though, and they have to readjust off rip.
Yeah, and bumped on, being kept on that right half of the pitch for Palisades is Olympic, again, trying their best to sort of weather the storm, but as it's being kept on into the orange half, it's going to be Pokemon is Nice and Bubble trying to play it on forward, but it will be bumped back in as Palisades looking to reset. I don't think they were in the position to attack necessarily, as Need Zummy. Wait a second, just as I say that, oh, that's that boy CJ gets the bump on and was able to get themselves in a nice spot. Maybe an over pursuance of the ball by Bubble there, as we're going to get a 1-all scoreline going into the last 2 minutes of this game.
I told
Good
you, it'll
demo
sneak
there as
up on
well.
you. It'll sneak up on you if you let it. And there it was, Palisades. They pride their time like a snake waiting to strike. They find a victory just late in the scenario, and they put themselves in a really, really good position to tie things up, maybe force an overtime until that bubble is popped by Bubble, and they are going to be going down once more in a 2-1 scenario. 104 seconds left on the clock, so over 20% of the game left to be played. Plenty of time for either team to really start running away with a lead, but Olympic, they definitely feel more aggressive in this play style. They definitely feel like they're trying to punch above or maybe into Olympic harder and harder.
And here's something that impressed me about that play, Septilence. The fact that we saw at the Bean, we've seen so many players just kind of control the ball in midair, just 5 or 6 taps, and doing everything they possibly can to keep it close to their body. But that boy CJ, never mind what I found impressive, it's that boy CJ really is that dude right now, and is going to make that individual play off of the post, and eventually, I think it was a play by Bean on the body when really should have been focusing on the ball. Is that boy CJ takes advantage of that far post going away and flicks it on in. It's 2-all. But man, oh man, I do kind of wonder what it's going to take to be the difference. And I do think Bean is doing well enough to make individual plays and just to set up his teammates and then keep things going afterwards.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Kind of that setup is going to be pretty fundamental in terms of finding success as both an individual player and as a team member. Both these teams desperate to try and find an opportunity to strike as things have gotten a little bit closer than I think anybody wanted it to in game number 1. But that's the beauty of game number 1 in a scenario like this, is the fact that these teams are putting themselves so neck and neck. It goes to show the caliber of play is so similar that this could really be a full send series.
Yeah, Zeppelin turned around and ready to pursue now. However, Pokemon is Nice is going to play the ball on and looking for it. It's that boy CJ is going to miss on a clearance, but again, you might as well show for the ball. You need to threaten for it. Be brave when you're challenging for these balls. NRG Bubble not quite going to hit it. Pokemon is Nice, however, is there to clean it up as Bubble was able to set it up perfectly for him, threatening Zeppelin, making Zeppelin make a play on the ball, and Pokemon is Nice is there to clean it up, and it is 3-2 right now. Is the difference going to be from Pokemon is Nice? I feel like it could have ended no other way, Septilence. However, Palisades might have something to say about it with these last 10 seconds. The Bean looking for a goal, not quite going to find it.
Not quite going to find that goal yet. Unfortunately, 3 seconds left here. Olympic barely in the lead, but that barely is going to be the difference maker unless Palisades can just fully clutch out a miracle performance. We're looking to see if that will happen here, but with no time on the clock, we are deep into the garbage time territory. The moment that ball touches the game, it's over, and Olympic will win game number 1, a break-neck series so far, and that was just the first game. We are just getting started here.
Yeah, what a showing there by the Olympic Trojans. A bit of a confused name if we're being historically accurate, but at the same time, they are warriors in their own right, and we saw the efforts from Bubble, from Bean, from Pokemon is Nice. 1 goal apiece. Again, full team action. We saw Bubble making a lot of plays on the ball, in particular in the midfield, trying to make things happen. And I wanted to talk about that second goal that Olympic scored before that boy CJ, with both goals for Palisades, by the way. Really well done. But needs Zummy, goodness gracious, 5 saves. That ball was in their half a lot. Particularly because Bubble was making a lot of those plays in midfield, trying to push that ball on, and was willing to pursue it in the midair game. But as we saw, Bean kind of playing with the ball midair during that second goal in game number 1, was able to let it off and let Bubble score that goal. Knowing when to stop pursuing and to let your teammates take over is such an important thing, and I feel like it could have made the difference in that game number 1. We'll have to see how it plays out in game number 2. It's always important to not be too selfish. Know when to get yours, but you got to let others eat too.
Got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to stop eating off somebody else's plate, you know what I mean? Anyway, NRG_bubble, they find a first goal for Olympic once again. So this team, in terms of dynamic and performance, I'm definitely feeling like Olympic is in the driver's seat. It seems like when they want to make a play, that play happens, and I think it's going to be up to Palisades to try and dissect or deconstruct what this team is currently bringing to the table. Of course, we go through the default initiatives, right? A boost route, demolitions, more physicality brought to the table, but that's all just going to be somewhat hypothetical until it's executed properly. So we're going to have to look to the Palisades to see if that execution is in their playbook, or if instead that playbook might get ripped to shreds before their very eyes.
I mean, it should be noted it was a defensive misplay on Palisades' part. I think that goal could have been prevented, but at the same time, if you're Olympic, they don't ask how, they ask how many. You had to earn that, and they earned it. They did, as we are 4 minutes remaining in this one. I don't know. Olympic is looking good, not necessarily invincible. What are you looking for from Palisades to maybe exploit the some of the mistakes that Olympic could make here?
I think I just kind of ran through that a couple of minutes ago, just in regards of what we want to be seeing from this team. I think we're looking to the basics of physicality or demolitions, or even just the threat of looking at or being near the ball. Kind of that energy of constantly being that thorn in the side, constantly waiting around that corner to make sure that if they can't succeed, you can't either. And wondering if we're going to be seeing that play from Palisades. Maybe it's weird to almost request this. Just a bit more desperation in the play style could really go a long way for the success of the team.
Bumped on now, and the Bean is going to try to carry it out, is going to be successful in doing so, but again, keeping this ball in the blue half. Palisades is at the very least doing a decent job in possession, but again, it's a lot of these touches are coming as a result of saves, not necessarily the position that you want to be in. Hey, it's nice to have, it's nice to have that on your stat line, but the lead scorer on that team in terms of game score was Zummy, and it was in no small part due to those 5 saves, which is perhaps troubling if you want to look at it, especially since you can't save every one, as the Bean is more than happy to remind you of.
2-0 now in favor of Olympics. This is the first time I believe that we've seen a 2-point gap, because it was a pretty close matchup in the original game. So we're changing things up here as game number 2 is a drawn out series once again. Possibility of play could be just around the corner for the squadron of Palisades, but it's just felt so far, they've been so close time and time again, but close simply ain't going to cut it. You got to find that value somewhere early on. You've got less than half the game left. We haven't seen a single point this game thus far. I need a lot more availability from this team.
You either got it or you don't, and right now, Palisades ain't got it. 2 and change remaining as the Bean is going to go on the offensive at some point, you would think, but is being tasked with goal duty. There he goes, bumping it up into the corner. Zummy is there to corral it, but no one there to collect it on the orange half of the field, as Zummy gets on the over pursuing Zeppelin, caught out of position as Bubble bumps it on. I don't think you can put that on Zummy necessarily. Maybe you overcharge the ball a little bit, but Bubble is there to bump it on towards the goal. It's like, well, this will be nice if it goes in, and sure enough, Septilence, it goes in.
It definitely finds that strike early on. I like what you're saying there. Maybe not intentionally going in, but it was the Hail Mary equivalent, and they were able to find some pretty aggressive value later down the line. It's going to be the 3rd point, so 90 seconds left. 1 goal per 30 seconds for our friends at Palisades. That's just to tie things up. They are staring down the barrel of defeat here in game number 2 in Olympic. They are not pulling a single punch. They continue to bring this level of aggression to the table, and I think that's no surprise. This team, they are here to win.
I feel like me calling you Septilence instead of Step is almost like calling someone their full government
like their government name. I get that a lot. Yeah. It's just Sep just rolls off the tongue so much more naturally, It's like, so you bust out the full Septilence and everybody starts panicking. It feels like I'm in trouble.
See, I'm almost the exact opposite. I think Septilence rolls off just fine. It's like, oh, Sept. And then I have to like...
Well, it's because you hit the hard T. A lot of people just call me Sep. The T's silent. It's like you gotta slip the T in there silently.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Real G's moving silence like lasagna. I getcha. No, but we're seeing now is that boy CJ again on the prowl for some of these goals, but still hanging in the orange half of the pitch. Bubble and Bean have been making fully sure of that. Wait, it's Zummy looking for a chance, trying to set up as that boy CJ almost got it. And with 30 seconds remaining, Palisades at the very least looking dangerous, but this game looks to be a foregone conclusion unless something disastrous happens on the side of Olympic.
Yeah, we're talking straight miracle run from here on out. It's not impossible, but it is certainly improbable at a time like this. We're waiting to see if a performance from Palisades can show up in game number 3, because unfortunately game number 2 is going to close against them. So game 3 is where the Palisades are going to have to leave it all on the line, or they will unfortunately lose this series here against Olympic in another 3-0 fashion.
It does kind of make you want. Dabine is not going to go for that. Come on. It's okay. Went for it. Obviously didn't get it, but that is going to be Olympic with the 3-0 victory in game number 2. And yeah, again, we're seeing a lot of the scores on Palisades side in terms of game score.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming from people who are getting saves, and you don't necessarily want that. Again, like Zummy was in the 500s, but again, 5 saves contributed to that.
Yep.
Zummy this time with 4 shots, significantly more than he had in that game 1. But again, it's just a lot of offensive output from Olympic. 8 shots in total from the team. Did have to make 6 saves, but again, Palisades, even though they're threatening, they're not doing nearly enough to, put the ball in the net, as the 0 would indicate, obviously. But at the same time, something else is missing that Olympic clearly has. It can't just be that the ball's going in for Olympic and it's not for Palisades. There's got to be something more, right?
Yeah, there's always something that I'm kind of missing out on a lot of these players, that occasionally as I get to know the players and see the teams more often, we kind of figure out naturally. But you've always got to wonder how long these players have been playing together, right? Especially at a high school level. These kids are going to school together for a maximum of 4 years. Depending on the longevity of the team, seeing a team play together for 4 years is a rarity in collegiate, which is where I come from, but I feel it's much more likely to see at the high school level due to the fact that these high schoolers see each other every single day. So there could be a lot of dynamic and team building that happens behind the scenes that we don't see, that makes games that are so communicatively heavy, like Rocket League, feel so much more valuable down the line.
And not only are they seeing each other every single day at present, this is, keep in mind, we're in not every school, not everyone lives in a big city. I grew up in a big city.
Yeah.
Some of these towns are really actually towns. They grew up in, seeing these people every day of their lives.
Yeah.
So
very, very
we're talking
true.
about a lot of communication. They've lived in the same neighborhood, even if it's like, oh yeah, we went through the same middle school in say Charlotte or Greensboro or something like that. They've hung around each other a lot and seen each other a lot.
Yeah.
If they've just happened to live in the same geographic location. So the communication is going to come naturally when it comes to stuff like Rocket League, surely.
Yeah, Rocket League, just one of the most communicative games, I believe, in the esports sphere. A lot of other games can have a moment of individuality where somebody can really pop off or carry, especially when you look at first-person shooters. But in Rocket League, it's rare to see somebody kind of pop off and carry without the help of their teammates right behind them, right? This is a game where if one of us succeed, we all succeed, unlike some other games where it really can be one person that changes the game. And right now, it will be one person that changes this game. Zummy will come out early on here with a strong performance on the Palisades side, putting that first goal down and giving Palisades their first lead of the series thus far.
Yeah, and you had to think that that goal was due, especially for someone like Zummy, who was, again, getting a lot of touches on the ball, getting a few chances here and there, looked a little bit more dangerous in that game number 2, realizing, okay, well, someone's going to need to take initiative here, and if it has to be me, then so be it. So Zummy now hanging on for to get that goal, but just over the 1 minute mark. Excuse me, at the of this game. As we approach 3 minutes remaining, Zummy again hanging back, having to really, just because Olympic has done such a good job of cutting off the offensive advancements of Palisades thus far, and it seems to be a recurring theme throughout these past 3 games. Even though Palisades hasn't necessarily looked poor by any stretch, they're getting cut off pretty consistently. So something is going to need to change in their strategy.
Yeah, getting chopped off of the knees like this is really a tough scenario to be in, but it feels like Olympic, they're being suffocated out of the equation a little bit for the first time in a while. It feels we are seeing Palisades large and in charge, and even more so as Zummy does come through, put that second point down, and with only half the game remaining, the odds of victory have skyrocketed for Palisades as they have doubled their lead.
It's that boy CJ you already saw. I mean, the play in the corner, a little bit of individual effort, and then laying off to let Zummy do the rest. 2-0 to Palisades now with 2 and change remaining, as the Bean going to try to get back and try to get one back for Olympic. Some individual play in the corner is going to keep it in, but Pokemon is nice, is there to put it away. And yeah, it's that individual effort by Bean in the corner just to kind of keep the other team occupied. They started to bunch up. You see 3 orange labels on the name, all surrounding the ball at once. Pokemon is nice, is able to put it away. And we're talking about the law of diminishing returns. Yeah, you want someone on the ball. You don't want everybody on the ball, because that is some grade school soccer stuff where you just have like 7 kids surrounding the ball trying to kick at it. Well, guess what? The kid who's scoring is the one who's away from the ball, because the ball is going to go to them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It feels like, if you get the ball headed towards you, any kid is going to go for the kick. I could not agree more. And now we've kind of got the ball teed up here for Olympic. They've given us a 1-point differential. There's going to be a minute 48, so about 100 seconds remaining in this series. A lot of versatility and a lot of opportunity for both sides here on the equation. I'd love to see Olympic go for the tie up here, but if you are a Palisades fan, you are screaming at your screen right now, desperate for this team to put a single point down and just walk away with a game advantage, force at the very least a 4th game.
Yeah, whatever it takes to survive, for sure. As Zummy has been doing a good job of providing that for their team. 2 goals on the game, and we're seeing a little bit more complete of a team effort from Palisades, as well, as we have 1 minute and change left in this one. Is that boy CJ is going to charge on, but it gets blocked off in the middle of the air. Still on the blue half of the pitch, as the Bean is going to make a play on the ball. Pokemon is nice, is in pursuit as well. Bubble gonna be charged with clearing it out, but Zummy in position, as Pokemon is nice, is doing just enough to keep the ball out. 2 fantastic saves from Pokemon is nice. Gotta respect the man with the Ghana flag, as it's gonna be 2 demos on the side of Olympic. If it's going to happen, it's gonna happen now, and the Bean is not going to be able to put it on net quite yet, and Pokemon is nice gets demoed as a result of their efforts. 30 seconds remaining, and it's going down to the wire. Palisades showing a little bit of fortitude to go along with their feistiness, as Olympic is trying their darndest to make this happen, but it's that boy CJ almost put it away for Palisades. 15 to go.
15 seconds left on the clock. Olympic trying to keep it close, but it is going to be boxed away. Palisades not able to find that goal. We are now entering crunch time, my friends. This is going to be a now or never moment here for the side of Olympic. They may have to go into a game number 4, which is going to be inevitable. Palisades walk away with a game 3 victory. They keep themselves alive in the series. The question is, my friends, for how long? Is this the beginning of a turnaround, or will Olympic light a fire underneath themselves like we have never seen before and dominate in this 4th game? We're about to find out together, and I can't wait to see what the answer may be.
It took them a while to sharpen their claws, but those Panthers, they are on the prowl indeed. And Zummy, you saw it again. A good individual effort, 2 saves to go along with 5 shots. And yeah, three of those shots missed the target. 2 of them didn't. Zeppelin, again, playing back, doing whatever they could on the defensive side of things, playing a pretty good supportive role. And even though it seems like Zeppelin is a little bit invisible, all things considered, compared to their teammates, still contributing to the cause. And what is it that you're seeing from Zeppelin? Because we didn't speak on it in the middle of the game, obviously. This is not where the action is. But then again, it's not like Zeppelin was doing nothing.
No, Zeppelin is, again, I mentioned way back in, I think, our 2nd or 3rd series of the day, how there's certain players where just because we're not talking about them doesn't necessarily mean they're doing anything wrong. They're kind of blending into the shadows, being that proper 3rd man or just kind of back player where they're the goalie if we need a goalie. They're the 2nd man if we need a 2nd man. They're the striker if we need a striker. Very malleable, almost the chameleons of Rocket League. We see this somewhat rarely, but it always is great to see players, especially this young at the high school division, that can bring that level of caliber to the play, just to understand, we can still win and I don't have to be in the spotlight to do that. That's something that I see a lot of college players struggle to understand. So to see
Yummy gonna charge it on into the blue half of the pitch, but it is intercepted by Bubble and the GOAT MXL. A substitution being made on that side of the pitch. Pokemon is nice being subbed out for the GOAT MXL. We'll have to see if they live up to their name. Meanwhile, Zummy trying to play the ball on Zeppelin with another individual effort. There's 3 cars on that side of that pitch. They are susceptible to a counterattack if it ever comes, but they're trying to spread out just a little bit more, as the Bean is going to play the ball on Zummy as well. This is, I mean, we're seeing it from Palisades, the willingness to get things going, but with 2 and change remaining, I don't really know if this is the proper way to go about it. You don't really need 3 cars on the right side of the pitch going forward.
Yeah, I think we're in another series where we're seeing a team, it's just double adaptation, right? We see Palisades adapting to Olympic, who are just out-adapting Palisades, which becomes this huge oxymoron problem of never being able to catch up to a team that is adapting just a little bit faster. That little bit going a really long way in terms of being successful. For Olympic, they got beaten out by Palisades in Game 3, but we can already see the adaptive changes and shifts here in Game number 4 and how this is going to be Olympic really just leading the charge against Palisades. They want to try to win this in a 3-1 fashion. Our second 3-1 of the day, if Palisades are going to be able to stay in the losing position here, but with 2 minutes left on the clock, anything can happen if you let it.
Put on goal by Olympic, but Palisades again playing a little bit of defense as we go under the 2-minute mark, just off of that top corner. Was looking to go bar down on the right side, did not quite happen for Olympic that time, and CJ going to charge on forward, trying to make things happen for his team yet again, as he's been doing this entire time. Zeppelin looking to try to make a play as well, trying to join him up front. But, I mean, Bubble is doing a decent job of controlling the game kind of all by themselves. Not easy to do. And I say all by themselves, obviously, is a figure of speech. But, you know, playing as a junior, doing everything that Bubble has been able to do in terms of possessing the ball in the middle of the air and almost making a goal happen all by themselves with just over 1 minute remaining. You got to really admire the effort, the willingness to make the game theirs, and then involve their teammates around them.
We are looking to see if this final minute can make or break Palisades. The game being consistently so close thus far makes it so possible the entire time, but being close is never going to be enough. You've got to be able to find that victory advantage, at least tie things up, force an overtime, just keep kicking here in the fight, because it's not over until that timer is at 0. 40 seconds remaining. Ball control for the Palisades toward the goal of Olympic. Could be a big moment here, but it will be boxed away toward the goal of Palisades, instead stuck in that back third.
Yeah, no, they say close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and Rocket League is neither. The Goat MXL trying to put a ball onto the net, but it is stopped off by CJ. It is certainly that boy. The Honduran flag flying behind the Goat MXL. Not quite going to be enough to get the goal. Well, that effort, but it is going to be Zumbi that eventually gets the goal with 9 seconds remaining. And Zumbi rising up, and who else was it? He's been near invisible all this time, lurking in the shadows, working, waiting. It's Zeppelin with the assist, and just like that, we're drawn at 1. This Game 4 might not be over yet.
Game 5 just over the horizon here. This series is going to be
a
quick one. The Goat lives up to the name. The Goat, incredible.
Olympic has stolen it! Olympic, the CJ, just out of position. The Goat, MXL. What a goal, and the substitution, we were talking about it. The Goat, I'm sorry for blowing out your eardrums, but goodness gracious me, what we just saw, that is a Goat play if we have ever seen one. 4 shots on the game, and the last one at the very death goes in. We were talking about how Palisades has scratched and clawed back into this one, and then the Goat comes out, pulls it out. Goodness me, I don't even know what to say about that, because what an effort from all of those teams. 5 saves on the side of Palisades. They needed a 6th in order to bring it to a Game 5, but the Goat said no, Sep.
It's one of those scenarios where you just get taken out in that final moment. A buzzer beater scenario. I think easily the closest series we've had the chance to see so far today, and one that I'm glad we got to be a part of. But we've got one more series just around the corner. The teams luckily waited for us while we went into Game 4 of this series. So we're going to throw it to a break and be back with our final series here tonight in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Showcase here at VESL alongside Septilence. I am Stu, the announcer. Now, Sep, I got you some Sep this time. Got our last match of the day, Lincoln Charter versus Falls Lake. And yeah, we've seen a lot over these past few hours. And now that we're coming up to the end of our day, I mean, are there any reflections that you have in particular upon what we have seen thus far?
I mean, just that we've got a heck of a year ahead of us, a heck of a season ahead of us. We've seen some really good teams coming out. We've seen a couple of teams that maybe need some room for improvement, teams that need to get up a little bit, but we are at the very beginning, I believe, of this season, so they've got some time to make that magic happen as we jump into our final game, Falls Lake Academy versus Lincoln Charter. This is where it's going to be all the marbles. This will be our last victor of the night tonight.
And there can be only one, in the words of Highlander. So Lincoln Charter looking to spread their wings over the state of North Carolina. Their path starts now against Falls Lake. Splash, Zalpixa, and Frogo for Falls Lake. Cheesy, Mr. T, and Spawn of Weird for Lincoln Charter. That's an MIRC chat name, bro. I don't even know. That's even before my time. I don't even know what to tell you. But Splash now. It's a lot of action happening in the end of Lincoln Charter, and I'm sure that they would like to change that.
Yeah, Lincoln Charter definitely finding themselves on a wee bit of a back foot. Now, 20% of the game has already come and gone, but the good news is the other 80% is just around the corner. So they're able to keep things tied up at the 0-0. Frogo, a great tap down towards center field. No lineup there. The secondary player just not available where the team needed him to be the most. And I'm looking to see if, with a minute gone, is Falls Lake finding themselves in an okay position, but in reality, they just seem to be slipping a bit.
Zalpixa now trying to continue on and put the ball on net, is going to set it up for Splash, who is more than content to claim the goal for themselves. And Zalpixa, it was a good play, like all the way through the corner, just kind of roll it around until it reaches the goal mouth. And what else can Splash do from there but dump it on in? Zalpixa, I think, would be more than happy to claim the assist on that particular goal. And with 3:39, Falls Lake will go up 1-0.
Falls Lake 1 point now on the board. 90 seconds have already come and gone. And the opportunity to strike is definitely closing in a bit here for Falls Lake. They've gotten the lead that's going to kind of light the fire underneath them. Some new smoke billowing as they get a little more confident with their play style against Lincoln Charter thus far. The problem, game one, Lincoln Charter has a lot of opportunity to strike back if they choose to take it.
Yeah, but then again, it's been in the orange end for almost the entire game. Like we have 2 minutes that have elapsed. And I don't really recall an instance where the ball has been in the blue end for an extended period, like, for a 5-second period of time even. Like, this has been almost entirely Falls Lake keeping the ball in the corner, playing a little bit of dump and chase for sure, but also keeping those bodies in the middle of the park and letting the ball just kind of fall to them after it being pushed along. In fact, that's how Zalpixa set up that goal for Splash. So if you're Lincoln Charter, you're being forced away from the goal, away from playing how you're comfortable playing defense, and you're being forced into your own corner. Now you're having to play like a little bit of a back-checking game almost.
A lot of checks have gone both ways so far, and a lot of them seem to have bounced into these teams one way or another. We're looking for that opportunity, but for the time being, I'm just not confident really that anybody's taken the lead yet. That's really where I'm sitting on this discussion, is it feels close, it feels neck and neck, but in reality, I also feel like we're just getting a lot of back and forth parallel play, if you will. So Pixa will put Falls Lake up 2-0 on the board here, and that's going to matter quite a bit as we close in toward the end of this game number one. Only half the game left.
Zalpixa in the Pimp My Ride, John, right there. That thing looks fancy as hell. But no, we're looking now. Zalpixa getting a goal for themselves after setting up the first one, and the game kind of running through Zalpixa right now as Frogo was looking to put Falls Lake up 3-0. I think they'll settle for 2 at the moment, but with a minute and change remaining, they're certainly looking for more as the ball finally gets into the blue side of things. That car was just zooming along. Goodness gracious. Zalpixa now hanging out in the back end of things as Frogo is going to bump the ball onto Zalpixa. I don't think that was intentional getting that close to the goal, but we are getting it closer to the goal mouth, and Cheesy is almost going to put it in their own goal. Frogo Froggo had an opportunity to get on the board themselves. Is not quite going to work out that way. As Froggo bumps it on into Splash. I think maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. I think Splash might have had a clean look at net were it not for the bump on by Froggo. But nevertheless, we have 1 minute remaining. The score remains 2-0 in favor of Falls Lake. If Lincoln Charter wants to make it happen, they're going to have to prove that they are comeback kids because they have been more or less inundated on offense thus far.
Gotta be that comeback kid indeed. 1 goal per 20 seconds right now, which, let me stress, not impossible, just by golly difficult. So I'm eager to see if that can be pulled off by Lincoln Charter, but as we've already done to those 30 seconds, 1 goal per 15 becomes that much more impossible. Falls Lake danger close to finding a third and final guaranteed victory goal, but it will be boxed away. I think that victory may be guaranteed no matter what here, to be honest with you, Stu, especially now that Zapixa has gone as far as dropping that play out early.
And the assist by Froggo just to kind of pop it up. So Pixa doing well to get slightly above the ball and touch it on in. I don't think it was going in otherwise. I think it might have hit off of the post up top with 22 seconds to go. Yeah, the game number 1 is about a foregone conclusion right now as Lincoln Charter is looking for a way to recover, maybe lick their wounds a little bit. Didn't really seem like anyone was standing out in terms of trying to take initiative apart from Cheesy, really, who I think got closest to scoring for Lincoln Charter for the very few offensive chances that they had. A demo at the very end as Falls Lake Academy is going to go up by a score of 1-0. And yeah, the game score just says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Falls Lake Academy, they found that first goal early, felt a little weird, but goals 2 and 3 really significantly more confident from the team. They were just taking a little bit longer to get warmed up, and who can blame them, honestly? A little bit goes a long way. Falls Lake find themselves in just a keen position to walk away with a possibility of a 3-0 series, but there's always the possibility that, you know, maybe they ran the sprint instead of the mile, and they're not able to keep up with that level of play throughout the rest of the series.
That is very true. You never want someone who's going to blow their stamina meter all on the first game. But then again, it seemed like Lincoln Charter, it seemed like a stout defensive effort as well, because there were saves in that game that were being made. They had the same number of saves,
right?
Weirdly enough, because it feels like the ball was in the orange half significantly more. And I think that shows eventually in the game score just because of how much the ball was touched by each of those players. Even when it seemed like Froggo had the lowest game score on the field, which is surprising to me because he had 2 shots and an assist, was kind of making themselves known, especially in the middle of the park. Froggo was not exactly a pushover in that game.
Not the slightest.
Yeah, that game score is surprising me as we get kicked off with game number 2. I mean, we're seeing Spawn of Weird and Mr. T kind of struggling to make themselves known as presences, but just as I say that, we're getting started with the ball in the half as Froggo is going to be deployed on defense as I believe it was Mr. T trying to bump that ball on, is going to try to get another shot. Spawn of Weird and Mr. T missing entirely. And, oh, those chances do not present themselves often, Seth. You do not want to miss them.
You do not want to miss them at all here, Stu, but unfortunately, nobody's able to find a goal on the board quite yet. 40 seconds approaching a minute rapidly have already come and gone, and neither team able to put a goal down, but this is very reminiscent of game number 1. It took Falls Lake a little while to get in, to find the opportunity, to find the comfortability to try and score, and now the minute just rapidly approaching, or I guess leaving, there could be a big opportunity here for Lincoln Charter to rewrite history and change the pace of this game thus far.
Cheesy now. Going to play the ball on up, trying to make things happen for Lincoln Charter as Splash and Zapixa are going to meet in the corner. Froggo trying to provide a little bit of assistance as Splash looking to come in off of the side, looking to jump in off the top rope, Randy Savage style, but the elbow misses the mark as Mr. T going to be forced to push it back into the corner, and they're playing a little bit dump and chase, but sometimes that works out. Wow. And Cheesy is going to be more than happy with that. Dump and chase, more like dump and cheese. That is going to be a not exactly an assist, but Cheesy will be more than happy with the assistance from Mr. T as a little bit of a defensive misplay. 2 cars missing the mark on that clearance. Cheesy with a goal in their locker, and just like that, Lincoln Charter, 90 seconds into that game, had the lead until Splash said otherwise. Zelpixa with the play off of the backboard. Splash puts it into the upper 90. You gotta love what you're seeing from Falls Lake Academy. They can take the lead, or they can respond and climb out of the hole.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where you see that happen. I think this is the second time we've seen that happen today, where one of these teams is just, they seem to be so far ahead that when the opponent scores, they say, okay, focus up. They score immediately. And then they go back to kind of the meandering gameplay style that we've been getting a lot of a look at. Speaking of scoring, Zepixa on the side of Falls Lake has truly woken up. 2 goals nearly back-to-back here, putting them back in the lead. 2 minutes gone, 2 points on the board for Falls Lake, and only 3 minutes left for Lincoln Charter to try and answer.
Zelpixa has been involved in nearly all of Falls Lake's goals. And again, we're seeing Froggo now get the assist. It's going to boost up against Mr. T on the face-off and put the ball ever so slightly into the orange half before it's been responded to by Lincoln Charter. And now that we're seeing Cheesy kind of feeling himself a little bit, the other teammates kind of coming in and trying to make plays on their own. I mean, Mr. T, goodness gracious, the wild flight into the other end. But Zelpixa now, trying to maintain their composure. They have a lot of boost to work with and is going to only get even more with full refill. Zelpixa now has plenty of room to kind of sit back and maybe respond, but overextends just slightly. Was not anticipating the Karen off of the top from Splash. Tried to go bar down, but it did not go into the net. It's an unfortunate play for Zelpixa, but then again, not exactly a game-defining one either, as the ball is still in Lincoln Charter's end. Falls Lake Academy looking very strong right now with 2 and change remaining.
2:10 left on the clock. Falls Lake Academy just 1 goal away from really beginning to seal the deal just like that. They come out loud and proud. They find a great opportunity to strike early on, and they put themselves in a possibly game-winning position with just under half the game left. There's still plenty of time to strike on the side of Lincoln Charter, but it's just the way that Falls Lake Academy has consistently been so dominant that makes me really confident in their performance.
Wow, indeed. I kind of agree with the game there. Zelpixa is able to make things happen for their team so consistently. I gotta respect the effort that's been put in by every single one of the teammates. I mean, Froggo hasn't even really been silent. It's just been a very consistent, very reliable performer. Splash as well has been a catalyst on offense, and Zelpixa as well, being involved in every single goal that your team has. Means you're doing something right, presumably. It's not been neglecting it on defense either. It's just been that you are tasked with playing a little further up the field. And Froggo, realizing their goal, is going to bring it back just a little bit, gets the clearance, and you have it tapped on to Cheesy. This could be dangerous, especially if they bunch up like this. We've seen this before, but nobody home for Lincoln Charter on the goal mouth. No one there to tap it in. 70 seconds remaining, and Lincoln Charter needs an answer, and they need it fast if they want to keep this game 2 within the realm of possibility.
60 seconds left. 1 goal per 30 seconds now online for the side of Falls Lake Academy. They are looking really good, but Lincoln Charter, they need to make the magic happen here, because, Stu, I hate to say it, but we are certainly running out of time in a scenario like this. You've got to make the magic happen, and I'm just not sensing any kind of magician in the area.
Mr. T is going to have to make something happen. I mean, we saw Cheesy score a relatively spectacular goal. I don't know if it's going to be entirely on them, but it's going to be a defensive misplay spawn of Weird just outside of where they were supposed to be. And it's Froggo getting their flowers finally, popping off the lily pad and onto the scoreboard. And yeah, that's I think if you're Spawn of Weird, you want that one back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be an uncomfortable scenario to be in, but with, 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be 4-1. I don't need to do the math. We all know the numbers at this point, but things are looking somewhat bleak for the side of Lincoln Charter here in game number 2, which leaves just one more opportunity for this team to try and strike a close goal. Not going to cut it. Bounce in off the crossbar. Not going to be able to find purchase either. We stare a possibility of a defeat in the face here.
Yeah, and we almost saw a goal from mid-pitch from Mr. T. They're going to count it down. The ball will fall, and that will be all. It is a 4-1 victory for Falls Lake Academy in game number 2. And yeah, we're seeing it get out of hand just a little bit. Market improvement from Lincoln Charter, but just not showing up because as the level of play from Lincoln Charter rose, so did the effort of
Yes.
Zalpixa. And we're seeing now no demos that entire game. That was just the beatdown came in many other forms. And it came through 9 shots from Falls Lake Academy, 3 saves from Zalpixa, the only person on that team that even made saves, although the defensive effort was not lost upon anyone.
Right.
Froggo with a goal and an assist, 2 shots on goal for Splash, and to go along with the 1 goal that actually went in. Like, we're seeing a complete team effort from Falls Lake Academy, and Lincoln Charter not exactly playing poorly, but they need to raise that level even further.
Yeah, Lincoln Charter doing a really good job smack at the beginning here of game number 2, where they were able to find the goal, but unfortunately the adaptation, as we referenced a few times today, was just performing better on the side of Falls Lake Academy. They were responding to that situation faster, they were able to make changes more aggressively, and it worked really well for the team by the end of the game. And now we enter game 3, possibly our final game of the day. If this can be pulled off by Falls Lake Academy, it's going to be up to Lincoln Charter to try and rewrite history.
It's been pretty consistent from Falls Lake Academy, too. I mean, their response was incredibly impressive to me. As you mentioned, we saw that earlier on. That's the mark of a winning team. And Falls Lake Academy is looking like a winning team. Lincoln Charter, maybe just a little too top-heavy as they're looking to go bar down. Cheesy looking for another goal, trying to put Lincoln Charter on their back yet again, but it is not going to work out just like that. Rocket League ain't fair sometimes, as Mr. T looking to put it on for Spawn of Weird, just barely missed the mark and was not able to get their hood on the ball, as it will be cleared out. Froggo is going to try to make a play on the ball. Just under a minute played as Zalpixa trying to make something happen yet again, but over pursues the ball and is going to have to slow down and reset. That lets Lincoln Charter get all of their bodies back and maybe not on offensive. Oh, good demo there from Cheesy. I mean, dude really is doing everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Just showing up and showing off pretty aggressively here at a time where I would say it really matters most for the side of Lincoln Charter, trying to keep themselves in the game. They've kept the tie-up pretty aggressively available. You love to see it, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to see quite a bit more of it across the board. But with 90 seconds already gone, we are staring a silent game in the face once more. The first goal could very likely dictate who the team that will walk away victorious will be.
You're absolutely right, and I don't want this to diminish the effort of
No, of course, of course.
But it's also just has not been able to establish themselves in this game. It has been a rough 2 games thus far for the intrepid young man. Mr. T, I think, doing his part, as well as Froggo is going to be the first one to open up the scoring in this game number 3, 1-0 to Falls Lake Academy, and decent little dribbling effort from Froggo, well controlled, and Lincoln Charter, again, not finding an answer to the small ball kind of play that leads up to these goals quite a few times, excuse me.
The goal for Falls Lake Academy could be colossal in terms of this team walking away with that victory tonight, as we've hinted at quite a few times thus far, and I believe continues to be the narrative that we will be seeing unless Lincoln Charter really just starts to get fully hyper-aggressive. I need a full palette swap from the side of Lincoln Charter here, because they play a pretty passive game, a pretty opportunistic game that I think is just not working in the benefit that it could be for this team if they were just slightly more aggressive with their general play.
Zalpixa now bumping it on again into the Lincoln Charter half of the pitch. Froggo going to play it on as well. Pass to themselves, but is deflected off and away by Cheesy, who, I mean, I think you got to start going for demos. You have the boost to do it, right? You're in your own end. You might as well just start playing the body. If playing the ball ain't going to work, then you might as well just give yourself a little bit of an advantage, however unmarked it may be for quite some time. The Cheesy now is going to put a ball on the net. It barely misses the goal mouth. And, oh man, if you're Cheesy, you're like, what else do I need to do? There are 2 minutes remaining, and Falls Lake Academy are looking awfully comfortable in this one. But just as I say that, Cheesy, what did you need to do? He was asking questions, and now he's found his answer. Boosts up, beats Froggo to the top post. Zalpixa just barely out of position, and Cheesy has put their team back into contention just under 2 minutes remaining. We are drawn up at 1, Sep.
Yeah, I think Cheesy, inevitably the MVP of the side of Lincoln Charter so far, has just been the name that we have said nearly hundreds, if not thousands of times at this point. But this player just deserves all of the attention and more, continuously walking in and dominating a tough situation to be a part of, puts the team right back into contention here, and is indubitably the most powerful player that we have seen on the side of Lincoln Charter. With 90 seconds remaining, the next goal could very likely be the final goal to dictate which team walks away with a victory here in VESL GG's final Rocket League series of the day.
And the times at Falls Lake Academy, by the way, I mean, we should definitely say another name. The Falls Lake Academy has had opportunities get stopped at midfield, has had opportunities stopped at the goal line, and it was primarily Mr. T doing it. So we should definitely give the flowers to Mr. T. They would not be in this position. Cheesy would not be in the position to make these tying goals happen if not for the defensive efforts of Mr. T. We've seen Spawn of Weird contribute as well. It's been mostly on the body, stuff that does not show up on the score sheet. Cheesy is going to just die the ball down with 45 seconds remaining. It's going to be Splash looking for the goal to finish it off. Was not able to administer the coup de grace. It's going to be a Splash yet again, missing, but it was well defended that time by Lincoln Charters. They were going to put it into the blue half of the pitch. If they're going to make it happen, it might just be spectacular, and they will be looking to their man to do it.
We'll be looking with 20 seconds left on the clock. Could be our second overtime of the day. The first overtime we saw, I believe, was our very first game of the day. It's been a long time since we've seen overtime thus far. And with 10 seconds remaining, will it finally happen here? Or will one of these teams walk away victorious? It all comes down to this. 4-3 seconds into Cheesy getting a goal. Great waterfall shot down towards center field, but it's going to be Spawn of Weird, who's just not there to pick it up when it matters. And overtime will begin again. Here we go. This is all or nothing for Lincoln Charter from here on out.
Yeah, I was half expecting Cheesy to go for it himself, but yeah, we're seeing that clock count up. You already know it will not stop until a goal is scored. Mr. T now looking for an opportunity. He's out, picks it on Froggo. Play it on clearly, but it's Cheesy. Dangerous play off of the boards, looking for the angle, does not quite find it. Pushed to the very edge, just ever so slightly. Mr. T going to try to disrupt. Zach splashing momentum. Zalpixa looking for the upper 90. Misses it just barely as Froggo now looking to feed Zalpixa, who will miss yet again. Frenetic back and forth action as Cheesy is going to look to get to the goal mouth, but it is stopped up by Froggo. I mean, these two teams are everywhere, and one team needs this just a little bit more if they want to stay alive. Lincoln Charter playing with purpose. I mean, this is a very well improved team in this game 3.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Lincoln Charter, they've definitely shown up. Their physicality has come through incredibly strong, and they are now looking for a goal that they find on the side of Falls Lake Academy. Froggo takes it up quick and clean into the top right corner, and a minute into overtime, Falls Lake Academy will win game number 3 and emerge victorious as our final victors here tonight.
It is a shame that Cheesy had to be the one to look at that one go in. Almost cruel, if you really want to think about it, because, man, you talk about, like, players who were doing next to everything to make that happen. Zalpixa and Froggo, really, like, what an effort from those two. And Cheesy and Mr. T as well. You gotta give it up for those two players. And really, the end of the day, it really came down to what is that third person doing?
Yep.
What are they doing to move players off of the ball? What are they doing to try to clear out the dance floor to let the other two work? And Splash is just a little bit more effective than Spawn of Weird in that regard. I mean, the spare a thought for Cheesy and Mr. T, they and Spawn of Weird obviously did a lot to try to make that happen. Cheesy especially, you saw that stat line. That is not exactly the stat line of an ordinary game. But I mean, what else can you say? It was Falls Lake was just the more complete team.
Yes.
In that instance. And Zalpix's individual efforts in particular seemed to be the difference maker. And Froggo really came into that game. Started out game 1 very slowly, but made that game through their own and eventually is awarded with the game-winning and series-winning goal.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Falls Lake is one of the best examples of what I mentioned earlier of high school players playing at a collegiate level. I think Falls Lake really just did a consistent job. They were a clean team with a high performance cap that gave them a 3-0 victory here tonight. They will join a couple of other teams that we saw today. Sun Valley, we saw Monroe High School, all these victors that we saw today, and they are our final victor of the day. A fun day it has been indeed, my friends, but that will bring today to a close. So thank you all so much for joining us. We're super excited to be bringing some more VESL GG action at you as the season begins to unfold. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you guys next time. Thanks again.
Happy.